I'd like to welcome you to the June 17th meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee. We are in a virtual meeting format this evening, working to do our part to protect the community from the COVID-19 virus. So everything is being done via our Zoom meeting. We've got a few instructions from our tech coordinator, Joe Schraven, down at City Hall. So Joe, why don't you go through the procedures that you'd like everyone to be working with this evening.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. When you are called upon, a prompt may appear asking you to be unmuted. Please click OK. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Joe. So with that, just a couple of administrative items. As Joe mentioned, those folks who have registered to speak, he'll be coordinating that and getting you queued up for the agenda item or items that you want to talk to the committee about. We have a standard procedure where we like to have folks presenting at the meeting to keep their comments to 3 minutes. Mr. Verbic, our deputy city clerk, has a timer, and he'll step in and identify for everyone when the 3 minutes are up. So try to get the key points out during that first 3 minutes. If you need more time and we identify that you've gone over your 3 minutes, just stop talking, wait for a member of the committee to ask for more time. And then when we've done that, then you can continue on. We're also governed by, even though we're doing a virtual meeting, we have always been governed by Robert's Rules of Order, and so is this meeting. So from time to time, we will have certain procedures that we go through with regard to that set of criteria. So with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Verbic if we have any notified absences for the meeting today.
We do not.
Okay, well then why don't we call the roll? So Joe, if you want to unmute everyone, and Mr. Verbic, why don't you count the heads here?
Skidmore.
Here.
Skidmore present. Revere.
Here.
Revere present. Mr. Cano Spina, I'm sorry, he's not notified absence, but he did say he would be running a few minutes late. Landgraf.
Here.
Westra.
Here.
Westra present. Donnelly.
Present.
Donnelly present. Grady.
Here.
Grady present. Carter.
Present.
Carty present. And Fletcher.
Here.
Fletcher present. Chair with quorum.
Okay, so I'll call the meeting to order, and first official business is to approve our minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes, so we'll do this one at a time for each of the 3 meetings. First one is for May 20. Did any member of the committee have any modifications, corrections that they wanted to make to the May 20 minutes? Mr. Donnelly? Let me get over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two corrections. First, I recused myself from consideration of the Bartels license because I am the president of the Bartel. And the other is that the tally of the vote for item 5, I believe that was actually the vote to table the item and not the final vote, which I believe was unanimous in favor.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, Mr. Verbic, you okay with those changes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion to approve the May 20 minutes with the modifications, Mr. Donnelly? Raised motion made, or Mr. Grady makes the motion, Mr. Fletcher seconds it. Further discussion? Seeing none, I will record everyone as voting in affirmative unless you raise your hand. We have no hands raised. Okay. May 27th minutes. Comments or questions with regard to those? Mr. Fletcher.
Move approval.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher makes the motion to approve the minutes and Mr. Donnelly seconds it. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Well, don't say aye. I will record you as being in favor unless you raise your hand. Okay. Third set of minutes for May 28th. Comments, questions? None? Okay, do we have a motion to approve those minutes? Mr. Donnelly makes the motion. We have a second. Mr. Fletcher. Okay, motion and a second to approve the May 28th minutes. I will record everyone in affirmative unless you raise your hand. Okay. Mr. Verbic, do we have anyone registered for general public comment?
I believe we do not.
Okay. Disclosures and recusals is the next item on our agenda. We ask all members of the committee to identify at the beginning of each meeting if there's any agenda item that they might have a conflict with, so that we can get that on the table. When that agenda item arrives, then the committee member may refrain from discussion or voting on that item. So do we have any disclosure or recusal announcements from any of the committee members? Seeing none. The next item is a presentation of our consent agenda. For those of you that are joining us for the first time, we look through all of the agenda items to determine which ones are more administrative in nature. We collect all those into what is referred to as a consent agenda. And there will be a single motion and second to approve the consent agenda. So all of the items that are on it are approved as a package. So we will go through this twice to make sure that everyone is clear, so that you don't miss the fact that your item may have been approved by the consent agenda and you're patiently waiting for us to get to it, and then we jump over it and go to the next item. So what I'll do is ask the Deputy City Clerk, Jim Verbic, to just read off the short title of each of the items, and then the committee will have an opportunity to determine if they want to remove any of those items from the consent agenda, and then we'll go through an official reading of it, take the motion, and then the vote. Mr. Verbic.
So the quick read for the consent agenda. So recommended council to grant change of agent items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, business name change, items 17 and 18, entity reorganizations, items 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. Change of license premises, items 35 and 38. And recommend to council to place on file without prejudice. Item 2, it's a Class B, a temporary Class B. Item number 42 is a change of license premise. And number 49 is a public hearing new license. All three of those, the applicants have indicated they've withdrawn their applications, which is why they're on that consent agenda for that purpose.
Okay. Committee members, any of those items that you'd like to talk about or have removed? Seeing none, there are 31 items on the consent agenda, so as it was published, so we still have 31. So since we have no adjustments to the consent agenda, Mr. Verbeek, would you go through and read the formal title then, and then we'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Sure. Proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting June 17, 2020. Recommend the council to grant. Number 6, change of agent, Oakwood Lutheran Home Association, Inc. Number 7, change of agent, Merchant Madison, LLC. Number 8, change of agent, Tango Bravo, Inc. Number 9, change of agent, Blazing Wings, Inc. Number 10, change of agent, Liberty Station, LLC. Number 11, change of agent, Quick Trip, Inc., DBA Quick Trip 955. Number 12, change of agent, Quick Trip, Inc., DBA Quick Trip 953. Number 13, change of agent, Quick Trip, Inc., DBA Quick Trip 960. Number 14, change of agent, Quick Trip, Inc., DBA Quick Trip 952. Number 15, change of agent, Lucille Madison, LLC. Number 16, change of agent, Trek Hospitality, LLC. Number 17, business name change, Park Hotel, Inc., new DBA Park Hotel. Number 18, business name change, Graduate Madison Lessee, LLC, new DBA Graduate Madison. Number 20, entity reorganization, Mongolian Grill Restaurant Operating Company, LLC. Number 21, entity reorganization, Woodman's Food Market, Inc. Number 22, entity reorganization, Woodman's Food Market, Inc. Number 23, entity reorganization, 508 State Street Golf, LLC. Number 24, entity reorganization, Blazing Wings, Inc. at 789 University Avenue. Number 25, entity reorganization, Blazing Wings, Inc. at 240 East Town Mall. Number 26, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company at 8302 Old Sauk Road. Number 27, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company at 606 South Whitney Way. Number 28, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company at 7810 Mineral Point Road. Number 29, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company at 3710 East Washington Avenue. Number 30, entity reorganization, Chipotle Mexican Grill of Colorado, LLC. Number 31, entity reorganization, Regent Market Co-op. Number 32, entity reorganization, Madison Elks Lodge, number 410. Number 35, change of license premises, Johnson Marion Inc. at 525 West Johnson Street to remove pool area and replace with fitness room. Number 38, change of license premises, Garver Events LLC at 3241 Garver Green. Request to temporarily expand outdoor service area through October 31st, 2020. Recommend the council to place on file without prejudice. Number 2, temporary Class B retailer license, concurrent with street use permit, Madison Festivals, Inc. for Taste of Madison. Number 42, change of license premises for Mr. Tequila, Inc. at 704 South Whitney Way. And number 49, public hearing new license, Greenview Brewing, LLC at 1808 Wright Street for a Class C wine license.
Okay, so that is the consent agenda, all 31 items. Mr. Fletcher?
Jim, and substantively, I'd like to, I guess, move approval of the consent agenda. Then I have a question for the clerk.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Mr. Kano Espina seconds it. Your question, Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, Jim, I have slightly different numbering up front with the agenda that's currently up on Legistar, with the Madison Festivals Inc. Numbering, and then the Oakwood
Oh.
Lutheran Home Association. I could be mistaken, but I just wanted to verify with you.
No, you are correct. The Madison Festival should be item number 3, and the Oakwood should be item number 5.
Thank you.
And actually, my numbering was off. The item number 6, change of agent, La Pepe Inc. should probably have been on the consent agenda as well. There is no background or anything that would have excluded. I just had missed it putting on the consent agenda.
Well, okay. All right, so item number 6 on the published agenda is La Pepe, as it should be. Okay. All right. A
I'm
motion-
sorry, and I just got an email from the applicant for 38. They're in support, but they asked to not be on the consent agenda because they like to speak on their item.
Okay, so 38 is change of license premise for Garber Events LLC. Mr. Kano Espina and Mr. Fletcher, are you comfortable removing that item from the consent agenda? Okay, so item 38 will not be on the consent agenda. Okay. Further discussion? Hearing none?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Donnelly has his hand up.
Mr. Donnelly.
I just want to confirm that we did not add an item to the consent agenda, correct?
We did.
Okay, then whatever it was, I request that it be separated.
Well, item 38 is coming off, and so item 6, Mr. Verbeek, that's the one that you did not have numbered correctly?
Yeah, because I'd answered 5 wrong. I was when I was going through the consent agenda and making it, I had skipped over 6. I would have normally have added it to the consent agenda, but I had missed it.
Okay.
The reason I would not want it added is, I don't know about anybody else, I review the items that are on the consent agenda more ahead of the meeting, since we won't have the opportunity to hear anything about them during.
Okay. So any member can take an item off. So Mr. Donnelly is removing item 6. So that will not be on the consent agenda either. So 38 is off and 6. 6 is La Pepe Inc. and 38 is Garber Events. So Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Kano Espina, are you comfortable with those 2 changes? Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with 6 and 38 off. I will assume I will record everyone as
Alder Carter has her hand up as well.
Alder Carter. Alder Carter.
Thank you. Jim, the ones that are being filed without prejudice is 3, 42, and 49.
Yeah, so the actual numbers would be 342 and 49.
Thank you.
Further questions on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll record everyone as voting in the affirmative. Consent agenda is passed. So for those of you listening in, if your item was on the consent agenda, it has just been approved. The committee won't be doing any other work with that item. So you're free to hang out with us or not. But your item has been approved with that consent agenda. So that then takes us to the operator license applications. We have 2 of those. First one is Covey Wooden, I believe. Mr. Schraven, do we have?
I don't see anyone register for item number 1.
Okay. No one registered for item number 1. Do we have motion to Ms. Westra? And let me open you up here.
I would like to move to place this on file without prejudice because we've been referring it for multiple meetings now.
Okay, a motion to place on file prejudice. Mr. Fletcher, are you seconding that or do you have a question? No question? Just a second. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second with regard to item number 1. I see no one else in the queue, so I'll record everyone in affirmative to place that on file. We have anyone registered for item number 2? Crystal Damiani, I believe.
We do. The applicant is registered.
Okay. Crystal, can you hear me? Crystal, are you there?
I believe you unmuted Crystal Dieter.
Okay. Let's see. We've got a different name on the agenda. Your last name is?
The crystal's on for a different agenda item. The crystal that had registered for item 2 is not in the attendees list.
I see. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, Crystal. We rarely have even one Crystal registered, and now we have 2 for this meeting. So sorry for the panic there. Okay. So we have no one registered for item 2. That is.
They're registered, but they're not here.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not in the attendee list. No.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion with regard to item 2? Mr. Kano Spina?
Place item on the table.
Okay. And Mr. Fletcher, are you seconding that? Okay. So motion and a second. Place item 2 on the table. I see no one else in the queue, so I'll record everyone as affirmative for that. Okay. We do have one item that has an interpreter, and our general policy is to move those items up to the front of the agenda because we have an interpreter whose meter is running at city expense, so we want to try to limit that as best we can. And Mr. Verbeek, do we have the applicant and the interpreter queued up?
Let me refresh. I believe we have the interpreter. I don't believe we have the applicant. No, we do not. Not yet. At least.
Okay. And that's item
52.
52, which is Jen's Dumpling House. Okay, so we have the interpreter online, but not the applicant. We have a motion in the committee on this one. Mr. Kano Spina?
I think that we can just continue with the regular order, and that item is really low in the list. That we may be able to get to it when it's time.
Okay, all right. So either Joe or Jim, excuse me, if you see the applicant pop into your queue, let us know so we can take that one up next. And
Okay.
Jim, you'll let the interpreter know to hang around?
Yeah, they're listening, so
Okay.
they're
Okay, so then we're down to item number 4, temporary Class B retailer license, street use permit for Jazz at 5 Inc. Do we have anyone registered for that?
We do have a registrant, Spencer Stanberry.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, Spencer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell the committee what you've got in mind for this temporary license.
So Jazz at 5 is a public concert that has been going on in downtown Madison for over 25 years now. The temporary B application is for our events that are supposed to occur from the first week of August to the first week of September. The temporary B license is just from noon to 8 p.m. is when the event takes place. We'll be selling beer and wine. Due to the COVID pandemic currently, we are unaware if we will be going through with the events. Tomorrow morning, the board of directors for Jazz at 5 will be meeting to make that decision.
Mr. Fletcher. Are you?
Yep, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just one question for the applicant, and that's just are there any substantial changes to the operations of the event or the scope or scale of the event to prior years?
No, there are not, which also goes hand in hand with the COVID pandemic. If we have to narrow down our event or make it any smaller, I believe that we would be canceling. We're trying not to make any changes due to the pandemic or any changes at all, and just keeping it as the same event.
And did it just work out the way that the paperwork was kind of filed in terms of, and obviously the timing of the pandemic has thrown a lot of things off in terms of the board deciding tomorrow night and us voting on this license to, or recommending, I suppose, this evening?
What do you mean? Sorry.
So we're voting to recommend to grant, this particular concurrent permit, right, this evening. But your board is going to meet tomorrow to determine whether the event's going ahead or not, correct?
Correct.
And this just worked out by virtue of the timing of when the paperwork was filed, correct?
Correct. Yeah. I was not aware of this meeting until I was sent the email to join. I believe yesterday or 2 days ago, and our board meeting has been set a month in advance.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Alder Carter, I'm trying to unmute you and can't. Joe, can you? There we go. Okay.
Here I am. Spencer, can you tell me what precautions are you doing for social distancing? I know it's an outdoor concert. I've been there many years ago. But in these times, are you guys planning on any of that?
No, we do not have any plans regarding social distancing. If it comes down, so we applied for the event with hopes that this whole pandemic would blow over. If the pandemic continues on and we do not reach passing phase 3, then we would not have the event.
Well, let me ask you this in a different way. Are you encouraging your attendings to be 6 feet apart?
Yes, we would. We have not planned out anything to move that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant? Mr. Kano Spina?
So if I heard you correctly, you are saying that if we, by the time of your events in August, if the state is not at phase 3, the board, is your understanding that your board will decide not to do the event?
Correct.
So if we're at phase 2 or like we are right now, you will not do it.
Correct.
Okay. That's good news. Well, hopefully we're at that phase, but it's good news that you guys are mindful about the numbers that you have. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Ms. Westra?
I just have one question before a motion. Is this something that we can refer to next month's meeting? Or do we have to take it up today?
Is that a question for me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Stanford.
Feel free to move this to the next month's meeting. By then, the board will have met and made the decision, and then I can follow up and let you know if we will be going through with the event.
If I could just interject, so the issue that you would face if we referred it to next month's meeting is it would go to the July 15th ALRC meeting.
Oh.
Any recommendation would then go to the August 4th common council meeting, which would be 2 days before the before their first event. Actually, it would be a day before their next event. And the actions of the common council aren't official until the mayor signs off on them. So you'd be subject to the mayor signing off on the proceedings early on that item in order for it to be approved.
Okay, so I'm going to move approval with our little COVID statement that we were putting in for the last couple festivals. And I don't remember what that was. I think it's is public health still wanting that, or?
Let's get a second to your motion and then we can talk about that.
Okay.
Mr. Fletcher, are you seconding? Okay. So motion and a second to approve, and Ms. Westra has got the question on the COVID-19 disclosure. Mr. Verbeek?
If I recall, the conditions at the time were specific to the governor's order, because we had not had the governor's order rescinded yet.
Yep.
And I've not heard any directive from the health department about any sort of limitations like they had initially, I think 2 or 3 months ago when we had those meetings where they asked for those.
Okay, I've got several other folks in the queue. Mr. Fletcher, Alder Revere, and then Mr. Kano Spina.
I guess to follow up on this line of questioning, maybe I guess I would ask Attorney Brist or Attorney Zillavi if they would have any guidance. I think that the memory that Jim has is correct. The language that we were putting in was when the governor's executive order was in effect. Obviously, we've moved to a different phase, but is there any sort of tie to public health that we should be putting in?
Assistant City Attorney Zillavi, you put your hand up.
Yeah, I don't think that what the conditions we were putting on were anything that the health department asked us to do. It was just something that we really should do given the order that was out there. And I think it would be appropriate for any other temporary licenses that will be issued, that there's a condition that if there are health department orders out there, that they comply with those orders. Such as the social distancing and any other relevant and applicable orders for the event.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher, did you have any?
Would Ms. Westra take that as that sort of compliance with public health as kind of appropriate verbiage, I think, from what she was trying to convey with her initial motion?
Yes, I would. So if I need to amend it, or we can just add that on to comply with the current public health orders in regards to COVID-19.
Okay,
Yeah, the public health orders that are applicable at the time of the event, correct?
Yes.
I think,
Yep.
yeah. Good. Thank you.
okay, Mr. Kano Spina?
No, that's it. That my comment was about like the numbers that I know in phase 2. I think it's only 100 if I remember correctly outside. So yeah, making sure that whatever event is doing what public health is saying. So you did it before I had the time to talk.
Okay. Attorney Zilby, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Not.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion and a second to approve this permit with the verbiage that we just discussed with regarding to whatever regulations are in effect at the time relating to COVID-19. So I have no one else in the queue, so I'll record everyone as having voted affirmatively for that item. Okay, that then takes us to item 6, the change of agent for Tubbs Taco Palace, 2009 Atwood Avenue. Do we have the applicant registered?
I do not see anyone register for that event, that item.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having reviewed it now, I move that we grant this.
Okay, and Mr. Kano Espina seconds it. Further discussion? Mr. Donnelly, did you have anything you wanted to say on the motion? Okay, all right. No one else in the queue, so I'll record everyone as having voted affirmatively on item number 6. I believe that then takes us to item number 8. Tango Bravo Inc., doing business as the Roman Candle. Do we have anyone registered?
That one was on the consent agenda.
It was.
We should be down to 19, I believe, is our next one.
Okay. Missed that one. Okay.
So the
Yes.
reason, if I could speak to that, so the reason 19 was on the consent agenda is because I originally thought it was a 1-1 swap for the LLC, the Pallet Grill LLC, because that's what the application had sort of indicated. But when I looked at the renewal form, they actually had 2 officers register on that. So it'd be there'd be 2 members and it would be 1 switching out. It's still within 50%, so it's still not anything I would put on the consent agenda. But it's not a 1v1 kind of switch that our committee has traditionally not allowed. But we do have somebody registered for that item, and that would be Allison Bing.
Hello.
Hello, Allison.
Hi.
So if you've been listening to the discussion, what the committee would be interested in hearing from you is the reorganization of the entity and what officers you had previously and which ones you'd like to have now.
Right. So Matt Robert was an officer, but he no longer works for Pallet as of February of this year. So I was applying to become an officer in his place.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly, did you have a question?
No, I think that's from last one.
Oh, okay. All right, so you have just one officer?
I believe that also Jose Luis Granados is a listed officer for our organization.
He was before and he's going to continue.
Yes.
Okay. Alder Carter. Trying to unmute you. Joe, can you? Okay, there you go.
Thank you. If Matt left in February, what took you so long to submit this application? Is it because Jose was already there?
Yes, yes, correct. I submitted this when I got the renewal for the liquor license and the change of agent. I did it all at the same time, so that's why.
So you and Jose are going to be the new officers?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Allison, if I could, is John Smythe still involved with the corporation, the LLC?
Yes, yes.
Okay. On the renewal form, it listed Jose and John as members of the LLC. It did not list Matt on there at all.
Okay, that's my fault then.
That's good.
Okay, further questions?
I have a question. So can we get this corrected if it's listing someone who's not even an officer?
Mr. Burbick?
Yeah, they could correct it if they want to.
Well, not if they want to.
Oh, they should, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Allison, did you follow that?
Yeah, so it should just be Jose Luis Granados, John Smith, and myself as officers on the form.
Yeah, and I think what the deputy city clerk would like to do is have you fill out a revised form reflecting that.
Okay, I can do that.
So, Ellison, are you a member of the LLC or just a manager for the?
Manager. Yeah.
Okay, so this might not even be necessary at all because we'd only ask that you change members of the LLC, not necessarily if they're managers. Because I do see your name listed on the renewal form as a manager. But if anything's changing with the managers, we wouldn't require an entity reorganization or change of officers. So
all right.
If the committee could, I think the committee, my recommendation would be that this would be placed on file because it's not necessary.
Okay, let's see, we got a few people in the queue here. Mr. Kano Spina?
Move to place on file.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher,
Manager.
trying to unmute you.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to place item 19 on file. Further discussion, Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Verbeck, who is currently listed as the agent for this establishment?
Allison is actually also on the agenda today to be added as the liquor beer agent.
Perfect. All I needed. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to, let's see, for item number 19, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll record all of you in the affirmative. So item 19 is taken care of. Let's see.
I think that would take us to item 33.
Yep, I would agree. Okay, item 33, Cafe Coda. Do we have anyone registered for that?
Cool. So I don't even need to have done that.
Okay.
All right. I don't see anyone registered for item 33. If you recall, this is on the agenda last month. Alder Rummel had asked for it to be taken off because I think she wanted to have a neighborhood meeting or something like that. And I believe she has since sent a letter endorsing it.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Jim, the Alder of the district endorses this, but yet we don't have the applicant here, correct? That's the basic synopsis.
Yeah, I believe the applicant was here last week. I don't have anyone registered, or last month. I don't believe I have anyone registered this month.
I guess I would move referral if this is still, to your understanding, a kind of a live item for the Alder and the applicant. So move referral.
Okay, we have a motion to refer. Do we have a second? For that, Mr. Kano Espina seconds. Further discussion? Hearing none, I will record, Alder Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Might I instead suggest a motion to place on the table? I'll try to reach the applicant.
Okay.
So I would, if you're recognizing me further, if I could, I would move instead to place this item on the table.
Okay.
I'm okay with that motion, and I can withdraw my second of the other one.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Who else did I have? Alder Carter. Can you? I'm trying to unmute her and I can't do it. Okay, Alder
I
Carter.
was just gonna say that Alder Rumble did send email of support for Cafe Coda. So if they could get here in our lifetime, I would appreciate it, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna place this one on file and
Table.
or table, I'm sorry. And Alder Rivera is gonna try to make a call to see if we can get them plugged in. Okay, all right. Further discussion? Seeing none. Record everyone in affirmative for that. Takes us then to item 34, change of license premises for Comedy Club on State Street. Do we have a registrant for that, Mr. Burbick?
We do have a registrant for that. It is, we have two registrants. We have Eve Paras, who's the applicant, and then Amy Hasselman, which I believe is with the applicant as well.
Okay. So Eve and Amy, are you online?
I am here. This is Eve.
That's Eve. Okay. So Eve, why don't you just for the record or for everyone who's watching, why don't you state your name and tell the committee what you'd like to have changed in your premise designation.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Eve Paras, and Amy Hasselman, who's available also. She's the architect on the project. If anybody had questions for her. We decided to take advantage of the time that we had to close for COVID and do a remodel. We've been planning it for a while and decided to jump on it during this time. We're expanding the space into the building next door. So we're staying in the basement level, and we broke through into the building next door. We're moving our bar over there. We're expanding our restrooms, and we're expanding our showroom. So we are looking to be done second week in August. Everything seems to be on track. So it's exciting, and that's about it.
Okay, got a couple questions for you. First one is from Mr. Donnelly, and the second one will be from Mr. Fletcher.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Paras, are you an officer of this corporation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thought so, just confirming that. That's all I had, thanks.
Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the capacity, expansion that's proposed here of about, what is it, around 150 or so. What sorts of operational changes do you anticipate making, if any, as a result of of what you're proposing to do with the licensed premises?
I'm not really sure to what you're referring to. It's an overall expansion. We're a comedy club, so we'll be able to seat more people, and our private events will be able to be larger as well. So just overall, it's an increase. Are you talking, and our staff will increase accordingly?
You're exactly right, Miss.
And,
yep. Yeah, you're exactly right in terms of what I was going to get into. Because of the capacity increase in the number of people, what operational changes may you need to make, if any, to deal with the increased number of folks in your establishment?
Yes, and we're gonna hire more employees, and we already are, but we're trying to see, we want to be safe when we reopen, and take it slow. We're definitely, we're a venue, and as you guys know, venues are having a difficult time now, so we're just taking it 1 month at a time to see what is safe and when we're able to reopen. But obviously when we get to full capacity, we'll have on, I would say, about 30% more staff at least.
Yeah, I just, having been to your establishment before for shows, I definitely think having that expanded space for patrons will be beneficial overall to the establishment. So I just want to make that note. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alder Carter.
Yes, so I am more interested in how you're spacing these tables. Currently, restaurants are making sure that people are at every other table or every other booth. So what are you doing that way to keep people safe?
So with this remodel, we have the space completely gutted. We closed ahead of the stay-at-home order, so we've been closed since the beginning, like the second week in March. So that being said, once everything gets back in place and we get to August, I need to place all of our tables back in the new space that we're working with. And I need to look at what's going on at that time with the pandemic and make the safest decision. That being said, we might be ready to open in August, but not feel it's safe to actually open. I do think that, in order for us to be able to open, I need at least 50% capacity in order to find a comedian and make it worth opening our doors.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions of the applicant? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Alder Verveer,
Thank you. I move to grant.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly? And Mr. Donnelly seconds. So motion and a second to approve the change in license premise as was discussed by the applicant. I see no one else in the queue, so I will record everyone as having voted in affirmative. So thank you, Eve, and
thank
Amy.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
You too.
Okay, takes us to item 36, I believe. Is that on your agenda as well, Mr. Verbeek, 36?
Yep, 36 would be the next one on the agenda.
Okay, all right. TC Visions doing business as Visions Nightclub. Do we have anyone registered for that?
I do not see anyone registered.
Okay. Did we have anybody indicate in advance they were going to be here and they just haven't dialed in yet, or?
No, nobody's registered at all.
Okay. All right. Discussion. Okay, Mr. Donnelly, and then Ms. Westrup.
Mr. Verbeek, to the best of our knowledge, is this establishment in operation?
I have no knowledge on whether or not they're in operation.
Thank you.
Ms. Westra, I've got you unmuted, and then Alder Carter is next, and then Mr. Kano Espina.
So I had one question and I have a motion. This is the first time we've seen this, correct? Jim?
Technically, it was in the separations meeting and it was referred from that one. I think it was the 28th is when they were on the agenda for that.
Okay.
But this is the first regular ALRC meeting that this has been here.
Unless people have questions, I'd like to move to
I've
our
got,
next meeting.
I've got 3 other people in the queue.
Okay.
Maybe we can just see if there are any questions that come out of that, and then I'll just leave you unmuted. Mr. Kano Spina, and then Alder Foster.
I believe I was ready to make a different motion. I was gonna put on file. So I guess I will let Alder Foster speak because this is his sector.
Okay, Alder Foster, good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Yeah, just for background on this one for everybody, this was part of a kind of combined change in premise request that included the private booths that you dealt with previously and that were not approved. And in an earlier conversation, one of the first conversations, I sent in an email and stated that I was not opposed to this requested change, the sort of the basement section that was going to provide some more secure storage and changing room. Sort of because of that, when the private booths were dealt with by this body, that sort of second part of the request was kind of overlooked. There was a lot of focus on the other element. So when it got to the Common Council, we separated this component back out, took action on the private booths element, and that's why this is back here. I stated then that I didn't have any opposition to it. I still don't have any particular opposition to it. That being said, obviously a lot has changed since then, in that the establishment no longer has an adult entertainment license. So the changing rooms for performers, I imagine, would be sort of a moot point. I also do not know if there's been any operation as a bar without the adult entertainment component at this point. And since we have not, no one has appeared at the last several times that items for the settlement have been on the agenda, nor do they appear at the Common Council agenda, it also feels like placing on file would be appropriate at this point. So whatever the will of the body, I'm supportive.
Okay, thank you, Alder Foster. Ms. Westra.
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Mr. Kano Spina.
Move to place on file.
I have a question.
Sorry.
Okay, Alder Carter.
Yeah, so, Attorney Jennifer, if I recall correctly, their liquor license was renewed. Their entertainment license was not. Do they still need to have a secured area for their beverage? Or was that an additional area?
I think that they were expanding and making the beverage storage area more secure. I would feel better if you referred this to July, and I will try and get in contact with somebody from Visions to find out because the changes have been made, so the changes already exist there.
Right.
And they need ALRC approval, and then I believe they still had some items that had to be brought into compliance with building code in conjunction with this change.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I will yield back to Mr. Fernando for the motion.
Mr. Kano Spina.
Well, now okay. I guess one more time, I would go and support Amy's motion of referral one more time, and hopefully next month we can deal with this. If we don't have the applicant or information, that we should put it on on file to get, to be done with it.
Okay, so you're making the motion to refer this to the July meeting, and Ms. Westra, are you seconding that? You are. Okay. Motion and a second to refer this to the July meeting. I see no one else in the queue, so all those, I will record all of you in favor. Okay, takes us to item 37. I need to move a cat out of here just a second. Okay. Item 37, L'Etoile Restaurant and Graze as well. Do we have anyone registered for 37?
We do. Diane Christensen is registered for this item.
Okay, Diane, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Why don't you tell the committee what you've got in mind for the change in premise for your establishments?
Well, when we originally got the liquor license, it was back in 2010, and we determined the capacity from architectural drawings. So there's a change in the internal capacity, and it's based on the way chairs and tables have laid out. I would like to point out there was an error in the application, and the capacity inside we would like at 305, not 333. There was an addition error when we filled out that form. Outside, we have now a much larger patio. Urban Land Interest has given us the whole patio in our lease, and we're anxious to put tables out there. And Urban Land Interest would like more activity in that area.
Okay. Questions, Mr. Cano-Spina?
Sorry. Thank you. What I see in our agenda is the number 305. So just to confirm that you are asking.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's what we're asking, 305.
And then the 80 came out of, like you had an architect looking at it, or came out of, how do you came up with the 80?
We drew out placement of tables, allowing room for a walkway into the building. And that is, so it was a drawing.
It was a drawing that your staff did?
Yes.
Okay. And you have in and out from the patio, you have multiple ways to, now that you have the whole patio, how do you control egress and in and out?
People come in from Graze. They check in with the host, and then they would be taken out to the patio. And then there is a very large exit walkway out of the patio that people would exit from.
And can they come in from there?
No, they have to see the host inside.
Do you have staff there, or a way to make sure people don't come in?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Captain Donahue has her hand up, and Joe, I'm having a difficult time unmuting her. Captain Donahue, you're on.
So I first just want to offer an apology to the applicant who spent the last couple of weeks, maybe even 3 weeks, reaching out to try to talk to me about this, but because of other pressing matters, I did not get back to her until yesterday, I believe it was, or the day before. So for that, I apologize. The one question that I had regarding this application was, I think, similar to what Mr. Kano Espino was talking about on capacity, and if you were able, Ms. Christensen, to get in touch with building inspection, or if that was looked at by anybody from the city yet.
I called building inspection a couple of times and I have not had a call back.
So I guess to the committee, again, part of this is my fault for during my conversation with Ms. Christensen, I was able to ask her to reach out to building inspection. It was missed when they filled out the application that was something that they would need to do. And had I had this conversation with her sooner, we would not be in the situation that we are. I don't know if that can be remedied, but I don't know what the actual capacity would be approved by the city.
You did also suggest that I talk with the fire department, and I was able to reach them and talk with them, and they had no issue with it. They said that they would inspect once the ALRC approved, and I'd move to the next stage.
Captain Donahue, did you have any other comments or questions? Okay. Excuse me, Alder Carter.
Yes, Diane, can you tell me how close the chairs and tables are to the entrance into the urban land interests? Doors at the patio?
The patio is between the Tenney building and the US Bank building.
Right.
And the chairs are, and we had a small portion of the patio originally. And the tables and chairs are further back in the patio.
Are they on one side of it? I'm just trying to visualize that if I'm walking out that door, am I walking out until onto people eating?
No, the tables and chairs are over towards the US Bank building, and there's a fairly large walkway by the Tenney Park building, by the Tenney building.
Okay, by the annex area.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the applicant? Okay. Discussion? Motion? Alder Rivera.
Thank you. I move to grant.
Mr. Fletcher. Trying to unmute you. There we go. Oops. Mr. Fletcher. Okay. Motion and a second to grant the change in license premise. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll record everyone in affirmative on that item. Thank you. Okay, item 38, Garber Events. I know we've got someone registered for that.
Yep, we have two registrants. We have Bryant Morador and Daniel Smith.
Okay. Well, good evening to the two of you. Why don't you explain to the committee what you've got in mind with your change in license premise application?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Great. So this is Bryant. So regarding the change of premise to ALRC, it seemed like that was going to get approved via the consent agenda. So I don't think I need to discuss that particular item What I'm specifically, why we asked to be off the consent agenda was to ask the committee to consider adopting another change of condition related to amplified sound outside of Garver. Just to give the committee kind of a refresher, about a year or so ago, I think we appeared in front of the committee, and as a condition of our license, we were not able to have amplified sound outside. I believe at the time, the alder was willing to agree to some decibel limit, but the person who sort of represented the operator at the time didn't sort of feel like they were ready to have that kind of condition or conversation at the time being, and said, basically, we'll come back later. Well, I think the later is now. As you can imagine, Garver businesses, like many small businesses in our community, are very much struggling in the face of COVID. Since this started, we have had to cancel or postpone over 20 public and private events, including the early conclusion of what we consider to be the very successful Dane County Farmers Market. 4 of our 11 businesses have virtually no business activity over the past 4 months or three and a half months due to COVID. I guess in response to these circumstances, our tenants are trying to adapt and look how best to utilize what we consider to be, I guess, one of our unique assets, which is our outdoor areas. And that's why we've submitted the streetery application. We submitted the application today because we wanted to be able to expand our premise in a way that was socially responsible and allowed for customers to come and be socially distant. So to be able to use the outdoor spaces for things like yoga classes or cooking demonstrations and other activity really requires some level of amplified sound, which is currently not allowable by our license. So over the last 3 weeks, as we've been, sort of trying to adapt, we've worked with Alder Rummel, the Sassy neighborhood, and now the adjacent residents on the other side of Starkweather Creek to basically just test what we believe is sort of a very acceptable level of amplified sound. Late this afternoon, I sent to Mr. Vierbeck a letter of support, not only from the Sassy neighborhood in Marcia, but or Alder Rummel, but we had 9 households that we had test basically the amplified sound that we were asking for, the level acceptable on our condition. And so they've all submitted, all 9 households listened to the amplified sound and said, this is not a disturbance. So what we've asked for is for amplified programming, basically 2 levels. One, an average of 70 decibels at the source of sound. So this is for ambient amplified programming. So as you're sitting on our, specifically, this is our north patio area. We want to have the ability to have some background music. And this is definitely something no one can hear outside of the property. And then we're looking to get for amplified live programming an average of 90 decibels at the source of sound until 30 minutes before closing time on the patio. So again, to get this level of support, we had each one of the 9 households stand by the area outside of the nearest residence to Garver, and which is about 820 feet away, and there's significant vegetation. And again, all 9 households that participated have submitted a letter affirming that the sound that they heard was really consistent with what we would say street level noise, and there was no discernible disturbance to quality of life. And each one of these households, I believe, are within 1,000 feet of Garver. So these are people who are impacted the most by, by anything that happens relative to sound. So the change of this condition before you would really mean that our businesses are able to be in a much better position to slowly and safely emerge from COVID, as it may be really some time before they're allowed to have full capacity or even 50 or 75% capacity visitors inside their spaces or inside the building. So that is our sort of request today, and we feel like we've done as much in the limited time that we've had to really connect with the appropriate folks that are would be impacted by this, to basically demonstrate that there will be no impact.
Brian, let me just make sure I understand something you said right at the beginning.
Yep.
we did not approve the request that you had made, which was to expand the outdoor service area through October 31. That was taken off the consent agenda. So we still have that to deal with. And as I understand it, you're now making a different request that was not on the agenda or noticed on the agenda. So Assistant City Attorney Brist.
I would have concerns about acting on something that wasn't on the agenda and given public notice for at this point. If we were informed of this ahead of time so that it could have been put on the agenda, it might be different, but what we've got on the agenda is change of license premise, not a change of conditions.
If I could add on my end of things, Mr. Mordor did contact me, I believe it was a few weeks ago. We had already sent out postcards regarding the change of license premise, and he had asked about changing the conditions. I had informed him that it was too late to have that on the postcards for consideration at this meeting, because I believe it wouldn't have been publicly noticed properly. He has submitted a change of conditions application that is set to be considered in the July regular ALRC meeting.
Okay.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Well, not really.
Okay.
So what we have in front of us, as Assistant City Attorney Brist indicated, is your request for expansion of the outdoor service area that was not approved on the consent agenda. So if you'd like that approved, perhaps you'd like to speak to the committee about what you had in mind with that request.
Yeah, I have really nothing to add to that. I apologize for implying that the committee had approved that. I guess I was implying that I believe that the committee would approve it since it was on the consent agenda.
Okay, well, since you've got the floor, do you want to explain what your expansion is?
Sure. Basically, what we're
Hello? Joe? I think
the area north of our premise. Can you hear me now? All right, there we go. Yeah, so the area north on our north patio is an area that is sort of a drive-through area. It is an area that we believe can be shut down safely. Talk to traffic engineering, talk with fire. We have to maintain a 20-foot fire lane for safety purposes. But in zoning approved it. It's basically the same as consistent with, I guess, the guidelines of the Streetery program. So we had submitted this application prior to when Streetery program had been officially announced, with the being unclear as to whether or not that program was actually going to come to fruition and when. So just in advance of that, we said, okay, well, let's submit essentially the same thing through the traditional ALRC change of conditions process. And that's why that became before you today.
Okay. Thank you for that. Questions of the applicant? Any committee member? And this would be questions related to the expansion of the outdoor area.
Mr. Chair, I don't expect this is going to be a controversial one. I move to approve item 38, the change of licensed premises, and no business other than what's on our agenda.
Okay, do we have a second? Mr. Kane was being the seconds. Okay, motion and a second to approve the request for the expansion of the outdoor area. I see no one else in the queue, so I'll record you all as being in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair, there's two hands up of Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Foster.
Oh, I didn't. There they go. Sorry about that. I had scrolled down to Assistant City Attorney Brist and missed you two. Mr. Fletcher and then Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick technical question, Brian. do you anticipate this being you're only looking to do this for October 31st, 2020 this year. It wouldn't be something that you could envision doing on a recurring basis?
Expanded premise?
Yeah.
No, I don't think on a recurring basis. Yes, I mean, if we have some events going on that would require a little bit more outdoor space, and I think depending on just how it goes, we would look at that. It's not a weekly occurrence that we're expecting, though. No.
But there may be use later on down the line. Correct me if I'm wrong. There may be use later on down the line to have this be a more standing sort of obligation so that you don't have to potentially keep coming back to the committee for that sort of a thing. Correct?
Yeah, correct. This is really the expanded premises are adapting to kind of our COVID situation and trying to be mindful of keeping tables and people as far apart as possible and utilizing, space that is otherwise sort of underutilized for outdoor space.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yeah, so for the item that's actually in front of you, I don't have any objections to the temporary change in the outdoor space. Since the applicant did bring up this additional request, I did want to just share with the committee I just found out about this request for amplified music today by a third party that clued me in about it. I had never received any notice from the applicant. This is in District 6, but right on the edge with District 15. And the homes that would be really most impacted by this change, particularly amplified sound on the north side of the property, is actually closest to residents that are in District 15. And I know the applicant's aware of the need to keep District 15 residents in the loop on this and to make sure we get their feedback. So I was a little taken aback, both that I wasn't pulled in and that our neighborhood association and residents have had no opportunity to even know about this, and probably more surprised that there was a request to take this up today without it even being on the agenda. So I just wanted to share that with you because by the way that it was described, it sounded like this has been in the works for many weeks and have talked to everybody and gotten everybody on board, and I will represent that from District 15. That is certainly not the case.
Okay, well, thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the request for the expanded outdoor service area through October 31st of 2020. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll record all of you in the affirmative on that. And it sounds like we'll be back, or you'll be back at this this item on our July meeting when it would be coming through the process, and hopefully both alders associated with this area will be in the loop. Okay, that takes us then to item 39, Twisted Grounds. Do we have anyone registered for 39?
We do. Abby Padlock is registered for this item.
Okay.
The applicant.
Good evening, Abby. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. So you're on with the committee. Why don't you tell them what you've got in mind with your change in license premise?
Yeah, so it pretty much was just a mistake on my part. I wrote kind of the wrong numbers when I did the first application through you guys, and that's been approved. And so I submitted this to reflect the actual legal occupancy numbers.
Okay. Questions of the applicant, Mr. Espino?
What are the actual legal numbers? I have two different numbers on my agenda, so I want to know, and also from our city staff, if we can confirm what are the actual numbers that were approved.
Yeah, okay, so for the inside, it's 88. And so the outside situation, especially with all the COVID stuff, I don't know how to exactly answer what my legal amount is for that. I have been approved for the temporary one outside right now, and I know that has like 16 tables, and then also picnic tables on the other side of the building as well. So I don't want to give you the wrong number. I know I applied here for 60 because I planned to have like 10 tables, or 10 picnic tables when I did this one too. That's seat 6. So that's why I put the number for the outside. For sure, I know my legal occupancy for inside is 88.
So Jim, can you confirm what numbers she has for outside and inside?
I don't have the numbers for outside. I can confirm that 88 is the approved number inside.
And do we know, so you're saying, if I understand the applicant, you're saying that you want 60. Is that something, you said you want 10 picnic tables? So I'm guessing 6 persons per picnic table. Is that something that any like architect or city staff or anybody
Yeah.
like that went over?
So they have the plan submitted to them and everything. I literally just, obviously all you guys know with getting a hold of people, it's been pretty difficult lately. So I just spoke with, I believe his name is Matthew Tucker yesterday, about all the outdoor seating, and everything is good to go. I just have now, and he's seen all the plans, and I like have the architect ones. I could send them to anybody if they wanted to see them too. So I just have to submit this, and then there shouldn't be any issue, he said.
And people have a way to, how do they access that patio?
So the patio is on the north side of the building, and so it's literally that you would pass through that area. It's right there when you walk in the front door. And then the west side of the building has the picnic tables.
So people have to go through your business to get to the patio, or they can access the patio from outside?
You can access the patio from outside.
Do you have a way to prevent people from coming and leaving from that area?
Yeah, so there'll be a fence in area. It's all going to be fenced in. That's what they told me is the requirement.
So you have a fence, or you're gonna put a fence?
I'm going to put one of the temporary fences, but I'll make it permanent for the permanent aspect once it gets approved. They just call it temporary fencing, I guess, but a fence.
You're gonna like one of those like metal with
Things.
something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Carter.
Yeah, so, by any chance, did you call building inspection or the fire department to get an exact number?
Are you talking about for outdoor?
Yes.
I have, I talked, you said building or fire? No, I did not with them. Because no, I didn't.
Because usually they're the ones that will give you an exact number.
Okay, I will go ahead and give them a call to confirm.
Is the picnic tables part of your patio?
So it's on a grass area essentially, and it's kind of almost like a common area. As agreed, it's a private land here, and so the owners told me it can be used for my business, but I also can't turn away people that walk from the neighborhood to sit there.
So are you counting the picnic tables too, or just the
Yes,
just the pad?
that was kind of the picnic tables.
Okay, I think, and I don't know who can answer this question of staff, because I think that if the picnic tables are a public space for anyone who goes to, let's say, any of the businesses and want to bring their lunch over there, I don't see how you can count it as yours. Is there, do you have anyone from staff tuned in today?
Assistant City Attorney Brisk put his hand up, and Mr. Donnelly also has his hand up. So,
Wonderful. Maybe they can answer my question.
Well, my concern with the situation would be if this is a common area of the building that they're allowing them to use, that it would not be under the exclusive control of the licensee. And if we extend the licensed premise to serve alcohol in the area, we run into a legal issue. It's possible that you could serve food in that area and not have it part of the licensed alcohol premise, but I'm not sure how, unless the licensee has control over this area, exclusive control over the area, there's nothing to prevent for example, an underage person from coming and sitting in the area and arguing that they're allowed to be there. And who knows what might occur because of that. But basically, I'm looking at this more not from a practical standpoint, but from a legal standpoint, that if we're going to have this as part of the licensed premise, the actual area where alcohol is going to be served, that we would want to have the licensee have exclusive control.
So along those lines, Ms. Padlock, does your lease include the area that we're discussing right now?
Okay, it does mention it of how I have use of this area, because this right now, the whole area that this includes is in a development as well. And so in the lease, it's included that I have access to use this and I get to design it in a way for my business and that my guests get to sit at it. But I couldn't turn away other people in the neighborhood because right around the area, then soon they will end up paving it and then it will be designated more specifically as mine. So it is kind of a mushy situation. But
okay.
Yeah.
So
So
I think, like Assistant City Attorney Brist was saying,
Yeah.
if there's a point in the future where you have an updated lease that does grant you exclusive control of that area, we can absolutely entertain a change of licensed premises to include that. But at this time, that's not something that we could legally do.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand this. So when like I said, when I submitted this, it was thinking those would be included. Now I know for sure though, this front part, am I able to then change the numbers with you guys here now to just reflect the front port?
Yeah, yes. So
And
you might be referring to stuff earlier in the meeting where we said we couldn't change things. If you have something you applied for and we revise it downward, that's always fine.
Okay.
I have a quick question. So that is the part that's your patio that you're going to put a fence around.
Yes.
And that's the only part we're talking about right now.
Yep, I understand. We're not including
Okay.
the little grass area. Now we are just going to discuss the front portion that for the seating that I will be putting the fence around.
That's wonderful.
Yep.
I love flexibility.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know. So if I'm thinking I'm putting out there's 6 tables. There's 2 to 4 seats per table. So if I said all 4 and there's some benches, I would say about maybe 25 then, just like out front there, if I had to give a guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 25 is a good number.
So then 88 inside, 25 outside, and the 25 outside is an area that's you exclusively control.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do we, Mr. Donnelly? Did you have anything more? Okay.
That was it. Thank you.
Mr. Kano Spina?
Move to approve with the express condition that it's only that area that is under her control in her lease.
Okay. We have a second? We have a second, Mr. Grady. So motion and a second to approve Mr. Kano Spina's motion. Mr. Donnelly, any?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kano Spina, what capacity are you proposing for outside?
Can you hear me now? 25, sorry, yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Captain Donahue.
I guess I have a question procedurally, and this goes back to the last patio that didn't have a capacity, a known capacity yet. Should there be something listed to make sure that once building inspection and fire and everybody looks at it and determines the capacity, should that be included in the language rather than us saying this specific number when it hasn't been looked at by other city agencies yet?
I think my understanding is that the procedure is we approve a number, but whatever is less is the actual final number that goes. So if another agency says, no, we only approve 10, that should be the actual number. That's my understanding of the procedure.
I don't know, sorry to chime in. I don't know if this in any way matters. I did get this, what I'm telling you right now was approved with the temporary stuff too. Again, I don't know if that matters, if someone would have looked at it by then.
Okay, thank you.
Am I right that that's the procedure, that we can approve a number, but if the fire department says no, it is half of that, that is the number that goes?
Yes, it's automatically the lower number. If fire building inspection approved the larger number than the committee has approved, then it comes back to the committee. The applicant would ask for the larger number. So I think we're okay. Captain Donahue, are you waving your hand at me? Did you want to speak?
I guess I just wanted to make sure that we all understand that, but I want to make sure that the applicant understands that. And I feel like maybe we left the Letois and Gray's applicant without that information. So I just wanted to make sure that for Abby's benefit, that she understood that that number may change moving forward.
I understand.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will record everyone affirmatively approving that. So, thank you, Abby. That then takes us to item 40, beef butter barbecue. Do we have anyone registered for that?
I do not see anyone registered for that item.
Okay. Committee's pleasure. Had they registered earlier and they just haven't signed in tonight, or?
They've not registered yet. I know the applicant did get in touch with me at some point to just make a clarification to his to the item and the fact that he actually has a Class B combination license, but he made no indication about whether he was attending tonight or not.
Okay. So Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Cano-Espina.
Jim, do you think you might be able to try and reach out to the applicant just to see if they would be able to come back now that I think we've set a little bit of a precedent with doing this?
Yeah, I can send him an email and just ask him if he plans to attend. I can also call him. I say have his cell phone number from the item from the email he had sent me.
However you want to do it, I'll just move to place on the table, and then we can come back to it later on if whatever happens. So,
second, Mr. Fletcher and I have same minds.
Okay, motion and a second, place on table, waiting for Mr. Berger to get back to us. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll assume this is unanimously approved, and we'll move to item 41, which is the Portobello Restaurant. Joe, do we have anyone queued up for that?
We do.
We actually have two by the same name, so I'm just going to unmute both and see what we get.
Okay. Edward Shinnick is registered for this item.
I am here.
All right, great. And you can hear us, we can hear you. So why don't you explain to the committee what you have in mind on your change in license premise?
Well, we're really not trying to change anything. When we expanded in 2012 to build a banquet room, the fire department and building department gave us an occupancy of 449. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my screen's telling me that I've been muted out, so. So in 2012, the fire department and building inspection gave us an occupancy of 449 people for the inside occupancy, which we've been filling out our liquor licenses over the last few years with that, and they've got approved every year. And then this year I got a notice from the city clerk's office saying, no, you only have 411. And at which time they told me to contact the fire department and building, which I talked to, and I'm going to butcher his name, Ed Reckriegel.
You got it right.
Him. And he said, well, let me go check this out. He went and pulled their files. He said, no, you're at 449 people. He said, and then he was going to contact the building department and said, yeah, this isn't a concern of ours. This is what you're at. As far as the outdoor seating, when we first started doing the patio, we did real limited tables. It's in a controlled environment. There's a concrete brick wall around it. You enter through the restaurant. It's a 2,000 square foot area. And right now we've got tables that can do 50 people or 48 people. We get a lot of requests from banquets, from like weddings and rehearsal dinners, that they want to do them out there. And where they're extending, or they want larger groups than that 48 people. Their room, and we've put tables out there, measured up, because you're changing different table styles. You're going now to tables of 8 instead of tables of 4. And it very easily takes the 80 people capacity that we're looking for.
Okay, so you're suggesting 80 on the exterior and the patio. That's an increase from what you have, and you want to reaffirm that you're at 449 inside.
Right, and I sent to the city clerk's office occupancy permits that the fire department had issued us that's saying that we were at 449 people.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shenik, is it my understanding then that you have always, you have for a long period of time been operating under the larger capacity number indoors as a result of kind of your understanding that, so the closer to the 449 number?
Yeah, we know we had that number. However, you know, if you are familiar with our restaurant, to get 449 people in the restaurant, highly unlikely. That means that both my banquet facilities would be fulfilled, the one on the main level and the one down in the wine cellar. Our kitchens cannot handle that many people at one time. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's, you know, we have not had 449 people in this building. You know, if you hit 400 or if the 411, you know, that would be the max that we've had probably. You know, okay. We're just unaware of where this 411 number came from.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, I'll follow up with a question maybe for the city clerk at the appropriate time.
I don't have anyone else in the queue, so why don't you ask away?
Looks like he's muted.
Thank you. So I was just wondering if Jim had anything in response, just because the city clerk's office was mentioned, and about kind of what the capacity issue is here.
I don't have any, I mean, I believe the 411 and 48 were what was on the initial application, and that's where we got that number from.
So you think it may have just been erroneously filled out in the beginning? Would that be accurate? It just may have been erroneously filled out this one time. Would that be kind of your impression?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I know Mr. Grady's in the queue. I would just I was going to move approval, but I'll wait for Mr. Grady.
Okay, and then Mr. Kano Spina. So, Mr. Grady?
I was going to make a motion to approve also. If Mr. Fletcher wants to make the motion after Mr. Fernando has anything to say, then I would second that.
We're all in the same page.
Okay, so I got three potential motion makers and 3 seconders. So,
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Grady make it, and Mr. Fletcher can second it.
Okay, I make a motion that the proposed capacity indoor would be at 449 as approved by the fire department, and the outdoor capacity at 80.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher seconds that. So further discussion? Saying none, we assume that you're all in favor and we'll record unanimous approval of that motion. That then takes us to item 43. Brothers 3 Bar and Grill. I believe, do we have anyone else or anyone in the queue for this one?
Sorry. Looks like, yes, we do have 2 registrants, Matthew Stebbins and Patrick Sweeney.
Okay, are they both with the establishment?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right, good evening, gentlemen. So you're online, and if you want to tell the committee what you got in mind for your change to licensed premise.
Sure. Good evening. I can go ahead. This is Patrick. Speaking on behalf of Matt and I. So we took over ownership and operations of Brothers 3 almost 2 years ago from Rick Sawyer, who had owned it with his wife Deborah for nearly 30 years. In the course of the last 2 years, we've been trying to not only maintain its space in the neighborhood as a local neighborhood destination, but we've also been slowly trying to improve the premise. It needed definitely needed some love and some upkeeping and to bring it a little bit more current. So what we're proposing and what we've put forth in front of the Planning Commission for approval later this month is a patio out front of the establishment. In addition to that, I know it's not the committee's primary focus tonight, but we will be hoping to open up the restaurant in 3 different bays. It was an old service station back in the 70s, and we would look to open up those bays, those 3 bays again with patio slider doors. So what we're asking for, our current occupancy inside is 80, and working with our architectural firm OPN Architects, we've been advised that in normal conditions we could fit 40 outside. During COVID conditions, we will be looking to do much less than that and adhere to the social distancing protocols as the county has outlined them, as well as applied for a temporary patio, which is in the process of being approved.
Okay, thank you. I've got at least one question here for Mr. Kano Espina.
And similar questions to what I have been asking before. So, how do you control the patio? Who comes in, who comes out, that kind of stuff?
So it's a fairly controllable. It's tough to say. It's a crowd that we're used to working downtown and our other businesses, Merchant Lucille and Notchville. So in terms of control, we have eyes. We've got a good ratio of staff to customers. This particular patio will be outlined on three sides with permanent 4-foot metal fencing that Struck and Irwin will be put in. I think our asking hours, at least to begin with, are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's very much a breakfast place and lunch place, and into fish fry on Fridays. But by 9 p.m. Things pretty much fizzle out, and we don't really have plans to have it be open much later than that.
Do you have plans to have music or any type of outdoor sound?
Not at this time.
And you said that you're going to the other city committee next week?
Matt, what's the
June
date?
29th.
Yep, June 29th.
Next month. And then
End of this month.
okay, and the end of this month. And the number 80 you said sorry, it's number 40. 40. I was
Correct.
40. Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Alder Carter?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this place. So my question to you is, where the patio is that taking up parking?
Good question. Thank you for that. So that's one of the projects we embarked on during COVID to bring this up to date. So what we did was pave the patio about 10 days ago.
Parking lot.
Yeah, parking lot. Sorry, we paved the parking lot 2 weeks ago, and actually had it striped to code. So what we've done, I mean, it was kind of like a mishmash of cars parking everywhere prior. So we have actually taken those. We took one stall, which was a handicap stall, and moved it to the other side of the existing awning. But I think by our count, we've provided 7 more parking spaces than were there before.
And how many handicap?
There's 1 handicap space.
Okay. So to get to the patio, do I have to come into the restaurant and then get seated in the patio? Or can I
No.
just go to the patio?
Well, right. So that was although it's bordered on 3 sides by a 4-foot black metal fence, there will be an opening on one side for ease of accessibility for our handicapped customers.
But can I just sit there and then the waitress comes out, or do I need to go into the restaurant and then be seated in the patio? How
Well,
does that work?
We'll have signage directing you to see a host, and then
Okay.
there may very well, like on a Friday fish fry or something, be a host positioned at the entrance of the patio, especially in nicer weather.
Okay. Very well. I hope they forward you the recipe for the fish fry. I can tell you that.
They did, yeah. It's one thing that's not going to be changing is the food. So
Okay.
appreciate it. Yeah, it's the same.
I know that menu. I'm just letting you know.
Thank you.
I'll be your taste tester. Okay, as long as that is secured some way where people cannot just sit there and wait for someone to come out, that you know who's there, that would be good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher?
Unless Mr. Kano Ospina has anything else, I was going to move approval.
I think that's fine. Are you seconding it, Mr. Kano-Ospina? Okay. All right, motion and a second to approve the request for change in license premise for Brothers 3. Alder Foster.
Thank you. Just wanted to say that I have not heard any concerns from any of the residents. I know the applicants did contact all the nearby neighbors about this proposal, and I did get one email in support from a resident, and I'm also in support of this request.
Okay, thank you. No one else in the queue, so I'll record everyone voting in the affirmative on that motion, so it passes. That takes us to item 44.
The applicant for 40 is actually here now,
Okay,
if we want to go back to that one.
that is Beef Butter Barbecue. Okay, so is that applicant online?
Yeah, it's Patrick Raya.
Okay, Patrick, you're on, so why don't you tell the committee what you had in mind for your change in license premise?
Yes, Beef Butter Barbecue is at the old Rocky Rococo restaurant. It had an existing patio, and we just have our seating out there, and we have some picnic tables along the side. And was just looking to, I didn't even know that, you know, we were limited to 20 people before. So when I put on my liquor license this year to more accurately reflect our seating, it kind of rose a red flag. So I sent an updated diagram to planning and so forth to let them know what we actually have.
And they came back with an approval for 72?
No, 92. The total, well, 72 outdoors. Yeah. So yeah, I sent them the detailed drawings for all of that. I don't think I heard back from them.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't think I heard back from them. There was someone that I can't remember his name said that he wanted to approve. He said, "Do you want to approve the 99 indoor?" But I think we were waiting to hear from you guys if we can approve the outdoor.
Okay. I've got a question for you from Mr. Kano Spina.
Hi, similar questions. I think I'm familiar with this location, but my question is more to the seatings that is kind of not on the back, which is kind of the patio area that is fence with an actual wall, but you do have some like picnic tables to the side of your building that are by the parking lot.
Yeah.
Are you including those picnic tables in this number of 72?
Yes.
And how do you control that access? Like, how do you make sure that people are not sitting in those picnic tables and you know, they're walking from the store or the place down the road that sells beer and sits at your place?
Well, it hasn't been an issue yet, and we have a lot of walkers through that parking lot, and we're constantly out there wiping the tables like every 5 minutes. So we closely monitor it both indoors and outdoors, especially now given the COVID situation, and us making sure that everything is staying 6 feet apart and being monitored. So it's more just the employees are monitoring it. But I've never had that issue.
Right.
And
the staff come in and out and just
Yeah.
clean and kind of do that stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you have tables in both sides of the building or just
Yes.
on the Sherman Avenue side?
On both sides, because one set is in the sun part of the day and the other set's in the shade. So it usually the use shifts depending on day part.
Okay. Would you be opposed to, like with other establishments that put like not a permanent fence, but that, like, you know, those little metal things that kind of close it, so they're kind of, you know, like when you walk in State Street with the patio that they have in State Street, they have those metal things to make sure that there is an actual defined place to put that in your establishment, in those picnic tables.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I'm not sure how much room would be there to do that because I wouldn't want to encroach on the sidewalk. But yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. It hasn't been an issue. I mean, alcohol is less than 1% of our sales right now.
Right.
So
Yeah, your meat is awesome. So, but I don't know. And I will have to ask our staff, our attorney, if that's something that we could impose as a condition, or if we have other places that have patios that don't have to kind of delineate, kind of make a line. Your establishment, I'm not concerned about your establishment. I think your establishment is very good. It's just more about doing the same for everybody.
Yeah, well, in the same parking lot is Barracks, and they have outdoor tables, and I don't think they have a fence around. And
Right.
I'm not sure it's been an issue for them either.
That's true. That's true. Okay, thank you. I think the captain may have a comment.
Yep, Captain Donahue?
I just wanted to add that it is something that we talked about when we were talking about the streetery program. And I know that a lot of that focus was downtown with some of the unique spatial stuff downtown, but the recommendation was that we try to get people to have some kind of fencing, and like Mr. Cano Espino pointed out, it doesn't have to be permanent and it doesn't have to be expensive, but some kind of delineation of the space that makes people understand that they can't leave that space with their alcohol. Again, the discussion was a little bit more centered toward the downtown, but I don't think it's a bad idea.
Sure. And I did send an email to Captain Ackert at the North Side Station there and asked him if he had any issues or anything, and he said absolutely not. So he's in that area and he didn't have an issue with it. But I understand what the concern is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cano Espino?
Yeah, if there's nobody else, I will move to approve, and I would just ask the captain or the city. I don't have concerns about this location. I think that they are there all the time. They're mostly food. The hours of operation, they're not open late at night, so I don't have that much of a concern. So, but if the city wants to move with some type of thing, I would appreciate some advice on, do we need a restriction or not? For me, I don't have a concern. I'm just trying to be the same with all the businesses, but I would like to move to approve.
Okay, let's get a second, and then we'll have a discussion with staff on whether you should add some additional language. So, Mr. Fletcher, seconds. So, Captain Donahue or Assistant City Attorney Zilliby, or anybody have answer to Mr. Cano Espino's question? Captain Donahue.
I would defer to the assistant city attorneys if they have something to add. I don't know that I'm in a position to say that we have to require it. I think if we require it for this, we would have a lot of work, to make sure that everybody is following and abiding by the same thing. And I don't want it to be unfair to this business owner when we haven't done it to a million others. As if I were a business owner, from a liability standpoint, I would consider that, but I don't think I'm in a position to mandate it.
Okay, thank you, Captain Donahue. I don't see either Attorney Brist or Attorney Zilliby having anything to say. So I don't have anyone else in the queue. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Cano Espino?
Yeah, then the motion is to approve with no conditions.
Okay, and Mr. Fletcher, you're good with that? Okay. All right. Motion and a second to approve without conditions. Seeing no one else in the queue, that motion is approved. So that then takes us to item 44. Next Door Brewing. Do we have anyone registered? I think you're muted.
I am. So Crystal, who we had accidentally pulled on for the second item earlier today, is here to talk on that item. Before Crystal starts, I don't know if I could just give the committee a brief sort of explanation about the streetery extensions. It's really new. The council just approved an updated version of it yesterday. So it's the city's kind of program for businesses to adapt quickly from the COVID-19 pandemic. It offers sort of a fast-tracked approval for them to expand outdoor premises to have seating. Initially, it was just geared towards restaurants or taverns that were adapting a more restaurant business model. Now it's sort of open for restaurants, taverns, nightclubs, as long as it's not so much of a standing only kind of situation or a beer garden, but there's actually like a sit down capacity to it. And so the applicants would just have to get approval from street vending if it's on public right of way, or and then if they wanted to have some sort of their premises be on the street, they could get a sign off from I think it's traffic, the traffic's approval. Or if it was something that was purely on public or private property rather, then zoning would sign off. But the process is they fill out this form. They need to come already with approval from either zoning or vending, whether it's public or private. They need to affirm that this is already part of their lease, or if it's not part of their lease, they need some sort of documentation from their landlord that says they do have control of this premise. And so this is just sort of a fast track kind of way. So we can administratively approve these changes and give them a updated license as they submit the application, sort of like a provisional license with an operator license, that they have that provisional expansion of their license. However, it's still subject to approval by the ALRC and the Common Council. So if this body and or the Common Council says, we don't approve this, then the license immediately reverts back to the original approved version. And the submission of these streetery applications still follow our deadlines as far as when they'll appear on the ALRC agenda. However, I will say that this one that we're about to consider for Next Door Brewing has been expedited. And the reason for that is because they have a condition on their license that says they cannot have outdoor seating, which is counter to what the streetery kind of program is for. And so that's why we weren't able to administratively give them a license that updates for what they're asking for, that they've been approved for by the other city agencies. It's more appropriate that it comes to this body and the council to get that approval before anything shows up on their license, given that a condition has been put on it that runs counter to what they're asking for.
Okay, thank you. So you want to follow up with Mr. Verbeek's explanation and tell the committee what you've got in mind for your expansion?
Hi, thank you for having me tonight. Appreciate that. Yes, we do have 16 capacity limit outdoor. In 2016, I believe it was March, there was an addendum to our license allowing us to place an outdoor patio with 16 for the capacity. So we already are set up for that. This would be an extension of 32 additional feet into the parking lot area, of which our landlord has given his privilege of letting us use. And so we're kind of asking for the total outdoor capacity to be risen to the 48.
Okay. Question of you from Mr. Kano Espino.
Hi, thank you. So kind of similar to, I went into your conditions and you are correct. You do have permission to have 16 according to the current conditions. So same kind of questions, how you control access and do you have it blocked? That kind of question.
Sure, thank you. Yes, we do have 3 actually reflective barrels that are blocking the entrance to the west side of the building, which is a one-way. And so that we have that blocked off, and that was per zoning, and we actually put an additional barrel there. So there's 3 instead of 2 as the approved site plan actually lists, just for extra precaution. And so that will allow folks to come through our main entrance, where we will greet them and seat them either outdoor or indoor, depending on our capacity levels, in conjunction with obviously public health and social distancing. We are encouraging outdoor at this time. We've been extremely careful and slow at phasing ourselves into this.
And you said something about taking some parking spaces. Are we concerned with people using then the street for parking? How many parking spaces are you, if I heard you correctly? I'm sorry.
Sure, yes. I believe there is 1, 2, 3, 4 parking spaces on that side. I don't have a very clear map in front of me here, but there's plenty of parking on the opposite side of the building. There are 5 tenants that live upstairs, and only 2 of their parking spots are being used at this time. One of the actual live-ins is our bar manager as well, that does not have a vehicle. So typically there is enough open space for parking. If not, there is street parking just as normal, I guess.
And do you have like the neighborhood or your alder? I don't remember seeing anything from the alder or your district saying anything about this.
I believe Alder Rummel had sent out an email stating that I don't have the email in front of me, if maybe somebody has that. But
Apologize, yes, I see it now. I apologize.
Okay, I guess I can try to pull it up too.
That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher?
I was going to ask about the neighborhood item as well, but I see that the Alder, I think had to attend the SASE meeting, so I'll withdraw my question.
Okay, further questions of the applicant? Mr. Fletcher? I think, let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move approval.
Okay, and Mr. Grady seconds. Captain Donahue.
I'm sorry, I did have a question for the applicant on when you mentioned the reflective barrels, that encloses the entire area that you will have in addition to what you already have there?
If I'm answering this correctly, the reflective barrels are on the sidewalk coming into the entrance, and that is a one-way, so it blocks the entire one-way entrance into that side of the parking lot. There's also a two-way entrance on the east side of the building with parking.
So I'm looking at the map, I'm trying to get myself oriented. The space that you're adding the seating to is part of the parking lot, correct?
On the west side, yes.
Okay. And will you have some type of enclosure to delineate the space that is being used for the seating?
As far as closure, I guess I'm uncertain what you're asking. I was told by zoning that will barricade the entire entrance. They were only asking for 2, and I have placed 3 there. Again, just trying to be.
No, that's fine. Without being able to visualize it, and I'm looking at the drawing, again, the concern is when there's public access to places, again, as part of this streetery discussion, just making sure that customers know that they have to stay in that space so that they're not leaving with alcohol and wandering around, or if there's signage to make sure that people understand that they can't leave the area with alcohol
Correct. There's already signage that we have put up that alcoholic beverages do not leave the designated areas.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Actually, I want to go back to amend, I think, the statement that I provided earlier on. So I re-looked at Alder Rummel's kind of email because it contains several items in it. And so I think the Alder really, it doesn't indicate support or not in the email. It's, you know, and it appears odd to me. Actually, it feels. And I don't know tonally, you know, obviously Alder Rummel usually does a very good job attending these meetings and being very clear with the committee about her support or lack thereof for applicants. It almost appears to me that it's kind of like, well, it seems moot whether I support something or not, I believe is the language in the correspondence. So, Crystal, I do want to hone in on this residence issue a little bit more that the Alder raises. Was there any feedback that you directly received from residents about these proposed changes? This, you know, the expanded outdoor patio?
Yes, we actually, my husband actually had a conversation with one of the residents that live directly behind us, and she is in constant communication with us constantly. And for the last 7 years, I believe we have a very good relationship. If there's something that she's uncertain about, she will ask. If there's something that, we need to do, we do. She said that she did, before we had the discussion with her, submit a statement, I believe an email to Alder Rummel that stated that she would prefer that the extended area be as far close to the street as possible. And she, after going through and understanding what we were doing with the extended area, she was fine with that.
And the she, let me just confirm, the she is the resident that is mentioned in Alder Rummel's correspondence, do you believe? Because there is reference to residents who are homebound. Is that one of these individuals?
I believe so. Yes, I would suppose, because she had told us, the resident had stated to us that she did contact Marshall Rummel for the concern of what is going to go on there for the streetery and what would be approved for us.
So you believe that you have, your plan contains appropriate adjustments to address the concern that you've heard?
Yes. And she had said, we asked, would she want to come to this meeting since we were on the agenda? And she said, nope, I'm good. We've talked, we understand each other, and she was in support of us.
Again, she being who?
The resident.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just didn't want to, again, as I was reviewing the email, I saw something from the Garber female and misread. So I just wanted to correct the record and ask follow-up questions as a result. So I think with the applicant's answers that she provided, I don't think it changes my initial motion in any way.
Okay, Mr. Kano Spina.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the motion. I would encourage the applicant to not make a beer garden. I think that's the comment from, or the concern of the resident sent to the Alder, and that is more just a patio, and people are able to eat there and then leave, and you don't have people standing and things like that.
Yes,
that's my understanding. That's not your plan, right? Your plan is just to have people eating.
Our intention is, our whole intention of our business is to bring food and beverage together. It's presented in our branding and in our logo as well. And so we pride ourselves on our food side, very much so. So no, we are not our intention is not a beer garden.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest concern that I see from the Alder, or from the comment from that individual. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Alder, excuse me, Alder Revere, and then Ms. Westra, and then Captain Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do apologize. I have to be honest with all of you and say that I was distracted a little because I've been texting back and forth with the alder of the district, Alderperson Rummel, now about this. She's currently in another meeting, which is why she's not able to join us live right now. But what she was asking for me to ask and clarify is that does indeed this establishment currently operate a patio that serves alcohol on it? Because she thought that that was the case.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
So Alderperson Rummel was saying that it's her understanding that Next Door Brewing currently operates a outdoor patio with alcohol service. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. According to our license, there's a 16-person capacity. We are not,
That's consistent with your application. So what I was a little confused about was the deputy city clerk's explanation of the specific condition on the license relating to outdoor seating.
So I'd misspoke. They are allowed because it's worded weirdly on the license. So they are allowed at 16 for outdoor seating on the license.
Up until 10 o'clock daily, right, Jim?
Yeah, and this streetery one they're asking for is, I believe, 48 is what's written on the application.
Okay, and that was Alderperson Rummel's. That was Alderperson Rummel's understanding as well. So with that said, that since the license conditions were difficult to comprehend, are you saying then, Mr. Verbeek, that this one necessarily shouldn't have been taken out of order?
It still should, because the license conditions explicitly states this, the 16 is their outdoor capacity, but what they're asking for with the streetery application is for 48. So they're asking for more than what their license condition currently allows.
So the reason why this one, and I appreciate your kind of streetery 101 education you gave to my colleagues here and all of those that might be listening or watching our meeting. So the only reason why you treated this one differently than the dozens of streetery applications that we're all being contacted about that are involved in this process is because, unlike most licenses in the city, where as we've talked about ad nauseum for years in our meetings, we typically do not list the capacities on our licenses. But in this case, this one does list the capacity of the outdoor seating on the license.
Yeah, the reason we took this one out of order versus the other streetery ones is the other streetery ones did not have a conditional license that ran counter to what was being asked for as part of the streetery application. And so therefore, we felt it was inappropriate for us to administratively change the license, even temporarily, without any sort of approval from the ALRC or Common Council.
I get it now. And again, just because of that 16 people is a specific license condition. Okay, got it. Thank you. I will report back to Alderperson Rummel in our other meeting. And I thank you all for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Westra, and then Captain Donahue.
And my clarification is we're just approving this for the streetery program through October.
We're having a difficult time hearing you.
Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Not so well.
I'll get my headset back. Never mind.
Okay, Captain Donahue.
I just wanted to add one thing on the streetery program as it relates to the beer garden concern is streetery is a program where people have to be seated and they have to be seated at the table with people who they live with and still abiding by the public health order and social distancing bit. So That's one thing that I think and Crystal could probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's one thing that they're making clear to folks when they apply, that it's not to be a beer garden type atmosphere.
Yes, I can definitely confirm that, and our staff has been trained, and we are following everything with the public health from Dane County that's been put out. Exactly what you have said with the same household, limiting the seating. With phase 2 coming out, there was no indication of such things as you can't have more than 6 people at a table. We're still abiding by that, and we're still abiding by trying to seat more customers outdoors than indoors.
Okay, thank you. I see Ms. Wester's got her headset on. Did you want to ask your question?
Yes, well, more kind of a question for Jim. We are just approving this through the Streetery program through the end of, or the date in October, correct?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to touch on that. So the Streetery program ends October 25th, 2020. So any Streetery extension ends on that date automatically.
So this is a temporary program to help try to save businesses and get them to be able to have capacity.
That is the intention.
Okay. So any more discussion? We have a motion and, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Wester. Trying to unmute you here.
Never mind. I got click happy.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll lower your hand. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will assume that it is unanimously approved. Thank you, Crystal, and good luck with your streetery.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Okay, that takes us to item 45, Bennett's Meadowood Country Club. Do we have anyone registered?
We do. We have Jim Bennett as well as attorney Joseph Klein are both registered and I believe here.
Okay. And I think what I'll do is call on Assistant City Attorney Zelovy to identify the issues that were unresolved at our last meeting to make sure we direct this discussion to get to those. So Assistant City Attorney Zelovy, you're on.
I think some of the issues that came up at the last meeting related to management and who was actually running this establishment. The issues surrounding the adult entertainment license are a little confusing. The area is zoned for an adult entertainment establishment. That's an appropriate use there. Apparently our licenses were being issued as adult entertainment licenses without any designation as to whether it was an adult entertainment establishment or an adult entertainment tavern. An adult entertainment tavern would be Visions, and that's really the only adult entertainment tavern that we have in Madison. Any other such establishment would have an adult entertainment establishment license. So there was no designation on their license as to which type of license it was. And I believe we've resolved that issue, but again, the committee was concerned about management and operation of the establishment and had them referred to this meeting. And I believe Mr. Bennett is present to answer questions, as is his attorney.
Okay, and as I recall, you were asking some of those questions. Do you want to ask them again, or you want the committee to get to their questions?
Well, my primary issue was regarding the the live adult entertainment that they had been having. And if you will recall at the last meeting, they agreed to a condition on the license that they would not have live adult entertainment, i.e. strippers. And that I believe the council approved that condition. So that condition will in fact be on the license going forward.
Okay. So we've got Mr. Kano Spina and then Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. And just for my education, this type of license normally would not allow adult dancers or strippers, correct?
That's correct.
And so that was so I don't have an issue with the license. You know, business have the right to have these licenses, but they just have to follow the rules of what they can and cannot do with the right license. And that was the issue for me last time. And the issue for me was that it sounded like this was not only a one-time off event, but a yearly event or more than one time a year event. So, you know, I think that this business has the right to run and do everything that they do within the rights of that license. My concern was some of the testimony from the attorney about, well, that was, you know, in this day, you know, Super Bowl, we, you know, once a year, Super Bowl, we just, you know, everybody does something weird in Super Bowl. And so that was my my hesitation with the business. I think the business has run for many, many years and provides a service to the community, to adults that is part of what adults can do. But I just want to make sure that the business understands that now they have this restriction and that there's not this, you know, it was this other manager and I know it was this other person. So that's kind of, for me, are the questions for the business. Who's the manager? Who takes responsibility for it? And how is it going to be run from now on?
And I think another concern was the fact that the liquor beer agent, who is also the owner, was in Florida from January until, and I don't recall when he got back, but I think
like 3 months was out of it. And during that time, I think the event was done without the agent present in the state, if I remember correctly. So I don't know if we can go back to the applicants and kind of get those statements of like who's the manager and what is the decision-making process, that they do say in the record that they're not planning to do this stripper shows, that they know that they don't have the right to do that under this license. That'll be really, really nice.
Okay, Attorney Klein or Mr. Bennett, do you want to respond to Mr. Kano?
I'll respond to that.
Could you
under the statute?
Could you just?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, this is Attorney Joe Klein.
Okay, thanks.
Under the 905, there were several categories. One was an adult entertainment establishment. An adult entertainment establishment is an adult book or video store or an adult motion picture theater. The one we were thinking pertained to us was an adult entertainment tavern. We were a tavern that provided adult entertainment, and that nude dancing was something that was permitted under that license. So I'm now in speaking with Attorney Zillaby. We will be henceforth and will be on our license, which was not before, considered an adult motion picture theater. And and that's fine with us. We had the event. It was extremely non-profitable, and decided not to do it anymore. It wasn't because we thought we were violating anything, because under the Adult Entertainment Tavern, which in my mind a reasonable person would consider that's what pertained to us, it was permitted. So we have agreed to henceforth being just solely an adult motion picture theater. And I might point out that this establishment is probably the most diverse establishment in the city of Madison, and one that has had very little problems over the years. They've run a tight ship. There is management in place. Mr. Bennett's here. The reason he was in Florida that whole time is because all of a sudden there was an edict. They canceled his flight to come back, and he had to wait till he got the go-ahead to come back. And that, you know, he would have loved to have been back before, although being stuck in Florida isn't the worst thing to happen in March and April, but that was the reason he didn't come back. But, you know, he was in constant contact with the people that were in charge while he was gone. And it wasn't like he had abandoned the place. I mean, he was, you know, he was in Florida. He had gone down there because we had to settle some stuff on the estate with the property he had in the.
Okay.
So that and just got stuck there. That isn't something that happens every year, or he's been here ever since. He's got a residence here in Oregon. He's got another residence in Briggsville on Lake Mason, which is less than an hour away. So, I mean, it isn't like he's abandoned the place, but he was in constant contact with, you know, the people that were running it.
Okay.
Who've been running it, I might add, for many years, and it's, you know, it's 43 years it's been there, and you know, there isn't anybody writing in opposition to this. So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your comments, and we've got some questions coming at you, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This probably is a question for Mr. Bennett. You know, what is Mr. Bennett's day-to-day sort of involvement with the business? COVID-19, I guess, you know, putting that aside, what is the day-to-day involvement of Mr. Bennett?
You can answer.
I stay in touch with my staff as much as possible, as much as needed. They've been doing their jobs for most of them over 20 years. They know what they're doing. So I've only been, my father passed away 2 years ago. They know their jobs better than I'll know them for a while. So it's not a neglect on my part. It's just a matter of respect and letting them do their jobs.
So my understanding from kind of our conversation last time with Attorney Klein is that this was a manager who you know, misunderstood the rules of the establishment. Is that your representation of things, or how would you represent kind of what happened?
None of us understood. We all thought that the stripper thing once a year was okay. That was just a norm. We did it every year for Super Bowl, and that was it. It was once a year, and it was a one-time deal.
Mr. Bennett, to your recollection, have you ever received, or has anyone else in the establishment received a cease and desist letter from the city attorney's office previously related to that, though?
No, sir.
And then kind of going forward with this issue, is it your intent to have the same management approach with your staff in terms of just, again, more of a delegating style to them to run the establishment? Because ultimately, you know, my concern is you're the liquor beer agent that's listed with the establishment. So ultimately, obviously, it does come down to you in terms of what goes on inside of the four walls of the establishment, right?
Correct.
So will you be amending any of your management or operational practices, like including more oversight of your staff, or how will that work going forward?
I will take care of it. Yes, definitely. I'll be there and make sure everybody's aware of what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Grady. Trying to unmute you. We can't hear you, Pat. Can you unmute your mic? I can't seem to do it from here.
There, can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
Good. Mr. Bennett, I just have one question, and that's, are you a resident of Wisconsin or are you a resident of Florida?
Wisconsin.
Okay, and so Florida, you have property down there and you occasionally go down there and visit?
Yes,
Is that what I understood?
I'm a snowbird. I just, like my attorney said, I got stuck down there for the epidemic that went on, and I couldn't get a flight back, so I was stuck there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Additional questions, Mr. Canaspina?
I have a question for our attorney, Sillaby, and maybe I'm confusing establishments, but I believe that last time there was a testimony about a letter sent to the establishment in years past about stopping these type of events.
Right, I believe that was in 2014, so it's when his father was still the owner and the liquor beer agent. In terms of the liquor beer agent, though, if he's a snowbird and he's spending chunks of time away, he should consider having somebody else appointed as the liquor beer agent, somebody who is truly involved in the day-to-day operation, because if he's in Florida, he is not fulfilling that role.
And I have another question for the attorney representing the establishment. So I believe there was your testimony last time that this was a a supervisor that just did this and put it on Facebook and without the owner's knowledge. But this testimony today is that the owner did know that this is happening, that this had happened, and that you were under the impression that you had the right to do this. So I'm concerned that I'm getting two different testimonies at two different hearings from an attorney. So if you can clarify, what is the testimony?
I can clarify that. We had less than 24-hour notice before the last hearing. We got a letter from Jim Verbick saying that there's going to be a hearing tomorrow night and it's going to affect your liquor license. I didn't hear back from Attorney Zillaby, I think, till 8 o'clock that night. That was the Tuesday night before the meeting. I didn't really have time to go out and interview everybody. I did talk to Attorney Zillaby, and she said, if you agree to the condition that you will have no more strippers, and I can read you the email verbatim, you should have no problem tonight. They should be very, should be very amenable. Obviously, it wasn't. I was asked questions like I really wasn't prepared to answer, and I tried to do as best as I could with the knowledge I had. I may have misspoke on some of those issues. The following week, we had a meeting, all of the managers and Mr. Bennett and myself, and discussed everything that went on. To each one of them, there wasn't a one that thought that they did anything illegal. And there was one manager that was running the web page that basically put the ad in the paper and everything. Her words to me was, "Why would I do anything that would jeopardize my job?" She said, "I never even in the world thought that there was a problem here." So, we've had a little clarification. We've gone back and forth. I think Bennett serves a very, very good role in our community. There isn't a lot of places on the south side that have operated for 43 years without much incident. And I think right there should solidify the fact that they run a pretty good ship. And so, I apologize if I made some misstatements. It was basically because, as I told Attorney Zillaby, I felt the next day that I was absolutely blindsided by what happened. I had no time to prepare. I mean, before we went on, and I was asked questions that I probably should have said, I don't know.
Thank you. I think that I can understand people being under one idea of what they could do, especially if they have done it for many years. I'm surprised when the testimony is the staff have been there for 20 years. And we hear testimony from our city attorney that letters were sent about cease and desist at least 5 years ago or less than that. So I'm concerned with that continuity. I don't disagree that this is an establishment that provides a service and a legal service for many people. My concern is more of making sure that everybody follows the law and that the law is applied equally to everybody and the consequences are equal for people. And my concern is the defense of, I didn't know, so I just did it. It just sits wrong with me. But not that the establishment is a bad establishment. I don't want to say that at all. I think that the establishment has done good service and something good. I'm more concerned about doing something that was against the law and kind of having this very laid back attitude about, well, we thought that we could do it. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly?
Can I answer that? Yeah.
Was it,
I just
was it a question? Mr. Candace, were you asking a question?
No. We'll give you an opportunity at the end to sum things up, Mr. Klein, but I've got people in the queue that have questions for you. So,
cool.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Mr. Klein, this is not a question. I would like to remind you that this is an opportunity for us to ask you questions and for you to answer them. I'd encourage you to respond to those questions and not say extraneous things. So, my first question for you. When we met with you last month, you said that an employee scheduled strippers without the owner's approval. Is that true or false?
I don't remember exactly what I said, but
well then,
it was whether or not they even needed his approval that was the question. I think
no,
we have
not Mr. Klein. That is not the
Then
question.
I was wrong. I am sorry. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Next question for Mr. Klein or Mr. Bennett. Who are the current managers at Bennett's?
The daytime managers are Rhonda Hanna, who lives at 313 Colby Boulevard, Poynette, Wisconsin. Ken Waters, 5200 Manitowoc Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin. And the nighttime manager is Ashley Crudo, 2875 Fish Hatchery Road.
Okay. And last time we asked you if there were a manager named Ashley, you said no. And we asked, would you know definitively if there were another manager? And you said yes, that you would know.
Well, you asked me if there was a manager named Ashley Martino, and I did not know any Ashley Martino.
Fair enough. So what is
And
what's the name
now,
actually? What's the name actually?
Ashley Crudo,
How do you spell that?
Crudo.
So is Ashley Martino another name for that person, or is that a different person entirely?
It is. It was her
I'm
maiden
sorry.
name.
I see.
It was her maiden name. I had no idea that was her name.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's see what's next. So again, a question for Mr. Klein or Mr. Bennett. What are the responsibilities of the agent for an alcohol license?
Well, I mean, I think the responsibilities are that they make sure that the establishment is run, that there's no violation of the any of the ordinances or anything else, and that there's no violations with the way alcohol is distributed, i.e., giving it to people that are underage or anything like that. And I don't think there's ever been any question that that this place has ever run or has been run in violation of any of that.
I did not ask that question. I did not ask that question. I asked you what the job is, not what you have done or what Mr. Bennett has done. Mr. Klein, how confident do you, as an attorney, need to be to make definitive statements on behalf of your client?
Well, first of all, I had no idea what the questions were going to be last week, and I apologize. I was not definitive. And it was my mistake, and I apologize for it. You know, I was not under the impression that I was going to be questioned about any of this stuff, or I would have found the answers out.
Okay. So for the future, Mr. Klein, I would encourage you that if you are uncertain, say so, because I didn't know is not something that we're going to take favorably. That was not a question. Mr. Verbeek. Do we have Mr. Verbeek right now?
Yep. Hello.
There you are. Sorry. Different part of the screen than you used to be. Can you please make statements? Again, Mr. Klein, this is not a question for you, and Mr. Verbeek is not asking you a question. I'm asking him a question. Mr. Verbeek, can you describe the communications that you had or attempted to have with Bennett's?
Regarding appearance at the separations meeting?
Correct.
The way we communicate with individuals on whether or not they've been selected for the separations meeting is we send a certified letter to the establishment and to another one to the liquor beer agent. And the meeting that we established, who was on the separations, was a Wednesday I believe they went out on the Thursday mail. I don't know if it was picked up that Thursday or not, but at least went out on Friday. And if you recall, Memorial Day weekend was that week, and so there was no mail delivery on Monday. So it would not surprise me if some of these folks did not get the letter until Tuesday.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'm done for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher, did you have additional questions?
Yeah, I had two. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Klein and Mr. Bennett, I just want to follow up on something that Mr. Cano Espina, I think, discussed earlier regarding social media and this whole idea of, I think at the very end of the kind of conversation last time, there was this issue around what was still up on social media regarding this particular establishment. I think did you review if the social media, there was still some sort of promotion about an event involving strippers or not?
That was taken down immediately.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you very much. And I'm assuming going forward, is there going to be more oversight or knowledge about what's posted on social media by Mr. Bennett, just so that he's aware in case, again, if a manager posts something, against regulations or anything else, that he's at least aware in a more timely fashion of that?
Well, let's put it this way. We are aware now as to what is expected and what we need to follow. We are agreeing to do it. And of course, we will monitor anything that would say otherwise.
Great. Thank you. And I think my last question, and Mr. Bennett kind of gave a qualitative answer earlier on, but I just want to hone in on it a second. Mr. Bennett, just about, are you in kind of daily contact with your staff, weekly? Can you give us, the committee, an impression of kind of how often you are, again, involved with your managers in the operations of the business?
I am in touch with them almost daily. Sometimes on the weekends, not so much.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I have no one else in the queue. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, did you have any other questions that you wanted to, or comments you wanted to make? I can get you unmuted here. Okay, there you go.
I do not, other than just he needs to consider if he's gone for months at a time, that he should appoint a different liquor beer agent.
Okay. Any further questions for Attorney Klein or Mr. Bennett? Okay. Well, our process of Mr. Bennett and Attorney Klein is after committee members ask questions, then they will debate amongst themselves. That's not an opportunity for you to want to say something, but if they do have additional questions, we'll send them your direction. So don't hang up. Just stay with us. Discussion of the committee. Mr. Cano Espina.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the time and the questions to this application. Again, I want to put it in the record that I'm not against this business or this type of business. I just want to make sure that all business follow the restrictions that they need to follow, and that the laws apply equally across the board. I am concerned that this owner is absent from the state for months. If you are a snowbirder, I think that's what it's called, or if you're a person that moves from cold weather to warm weather, which I would love to do as a person from warm weather, I completely understand it, but that is concerning. It is concerning, even though you have really good staff, it is concerning that staff are not liquor agents. So that is concerning. And I have a question for our chair, for the staff. This was just brought up to have this conversation, right? There is nothing that we are making a decision on in this particular item, is correct? They have the license, they're gonna continue, we have the agreement. There was nothing that we were gonna make a decision on, is that correct?
Assistant City Attorney Brist. If I can get you unmuted.
Yes, that's correct. I believe they were here for to hear discussion from the committee and answer questions for the committee. There isn't anything on the agenda that provides otherwise at this point, but that's why they were brought here, to respond.
Thank you.
Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, you want to say anything in regard to Mr. Kano-Spina's question?
He's correct. It was just an appearance before the committee so that your concerns could be addressed.
Okay. All right, well, since there's no action on the part of the committee and I don't see any further questions in the queue, are you done discussing this? Okay, I don't know that Assistant City Attorney Brist, should we have a motion just for the record? What's your thought? No? Okay, all right. Okay, well then, thank you very much, Mr. Bennett and Attorney Klein. I think you got a flavor for where the committee is coming from on some issues, and I know you were taking good notes, so I doubt that we'll be having this discussion again.
Looks like Mr. Fletcher is waving his hand and Mr. Donnelly has his hand raised in the.
Okay, let's see Mr. Donnelly here first. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should formally acknowledge that they showed up so that it shows in the record that they complied with our request to appear. So I move to acknowledge the appearance by Bennett.
Okay, and that's seconded by Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher, did you have anything more you wanted to say about that? Let me open up your mic here.
No, Mr. Chair, I was, I saw Mr. Donnelly had his hand up in the queue, so I just wanted to draw your attention to something over here, as it were.
Okay. All right, so we, Mike, did you make that in the form of a motion or just an acknowledgement that okay, motion and a second to Mr. Fletcher, or motion by Mr. Donnelly, second by Mr. Fletcher to acknowledge the appearance of Attorney Klein and Mr. Bennett. Further discussion? Seeing none, I will record everyone in the affirmative on that. Thank you, Mr. Bennett and Attorney Klein for coming to talk to the committee this evening.
Mr. Chair, before we continue, I was able to reach the applicant for item 52 where we require the interpreter. And I believe Alder Revere was also able to contact the applicant for item 33, and both of them are here right now. So I would recommend we take the interpreter one up first because we still have our interpreter here and we're still paying them as we should.
Okay. All right, then let's do that. So that's item 52, Chen's Dumpling House. And who do we have registered to speak?
So Xiao Liao, and the interpreter is here as well. So I can swear in the interpreter first before we get started.
Okay, let's do that.
Is the interpreter here?
Yes.
Hi, if you could just raise your right hand and affirm that you'll accurately interpret Mandarin to English and English to Mandarin.
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
Okay. So, This is a new license, so if I could have the interpreter ask the applicant to explain briefly to the committee what his establishment is going to be, the hours of operation, seating, menu, that type of thing.
你好，你能不能给这个委员会大概介绍一下你今天就是来这儿的目的，然后讲一下你的这个营业时间，还有你的那个座位，就是能坐多少人，就是你的那个菜单啊之类的，把这个基本情况介绍一下。
OK， 好，谢谢。我是刘晓，我现在是陈Dumpling House， 我现在的要求的酒牌是就淡酒牌，就啤酒plus。我现在这里主要就是卖饺子跟面条，然后还有一些饮料，但是我酒卖的很少，就是一天都卖不了，卖不了1-2瓶，然后营业时间都是上午11点到晚上10点。
Hello. Okay. Hello. My name is Xiao Liu, and my establishment is Cheng's Dumpling House. So basically, you know, we serve dumplings, noodles, and some beverages, and we only provide just a little bit of beer. Like a day, we may only serve 1 bottle or 2 bottles. And our hours of operation is from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
All right. Are you done, or did we lose you? No, I think we lost you.
Sorry, that was what he provided. 你还有要说的吗？
以前他是有卖的。以前他这边本来是有卖一些那个 wine， 然后现在我们没有卖 wine 了，现在我们只需要卖啤酒的酒牌。
The previous owner, I think, they also serve the wine, but we don't plan to sell wine. We will only serve beer.
Okay. Thank you very much. And you broke up just when you were giving the hours. Could you just restate those again for the committee?
那你重新再说一下你的营业时间好吗？
我的营业时间是早上11点开到晚上10点。现在是summer，我开到9点。现在是summer，它一般我是11点半到9点就结束了。
你再重复一下，你是现在summer 你是11点半到9点是吗？
对 ，summer 是11点半到9点。
Okay. My hour of operation is normally from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. But during the summer times, we would open at about 11:30 a.m. and we close at 9 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the applicant from the committee?
If I could just speak before someone has a question. So it looks like I had inappropriately marked this on the agenda that they had applied for a Class B combination liquor and beer, whereas in fact, as the applicant stated, he's only applied for the Class B beer. So that should be what's considered, and it's going to be a cheaper alternative for him than paying for the full license if he's just going to sell beer anyways.
So can I interpret this part to the
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. 刚刚那个 City 的 clerk 他就是讲了一下，就是他原来好像在你的申请表上标的不太准确，就是刚刚听你说的是你只卖那个啤酒，只卖那个 beer， 所以呢他就重新给你纠正了一下，应该是如果只卖啤酒的话，你的申请费用应该会低一点。
好，谢谢。
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Verbeek. Questions of the applicant?
No.
I don't see any. Do we have a motion?
No question.
Oh, Ms. Westra.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I'm asking the committee if they have any questions for you.
我就是刚刚想问一下我们的这个委员会的成员有没有什么问题需要问你？稍等一下。
Okay, Ms. Wester?
No questions. I just have a motion.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher, did you have a question? No question. Okay, so Ms. Wester?
Move to grant.
Mr. Fletcher seconds that. So we have a motion and a second to grant the license. Let's see, Assistant City Attorney Brist.
I just want to clarify that the motion is to grant a Class B beer license and not a combination license.
Yep, I see both Ms. Westra and Mr. Fletcher nodding their heads. So that would be a clarification they agree with. And Mr. Verbeek will put that in the official motion. So Alder Rivera.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
sorry.
Chair. As
Sorry.
you all know, this is in the aldermanic district that I represent. Unfortunately, because of the language barrier, I did not have my customary conversation with this applicant. So with the committee's indulgence, if I could just ask a question or two myself. Normally I would, again, have done this in advance of the meeting.
Okay,
And
can I
I'll wait and let the interpreter go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I will interpret everything that I did not get a chance to interpret early on. So early on, yeah. So 刚刚呢，就是有2位委员呢提议，就是准备批准你的这个申请。他们就是有一个人提议了，然后第2个人呢，就是也赞成，基本上就准备给你批准。然后呢，他们就强调了，就是你是最后给你发的这个酒牌呢，就像你说的一样，你只负责卖这个啤酒，而不是卖啤酒加其他的酒类。然后呢，刚刚最后一个那个委员呢，他就特别说，就是曾经你们可能是有过接触，就是因为你们会有这个语言障碍，所以他希望借今天这个机会呢，就是通过我的这个翻译然后他想和你问一些问题，好吗？ Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So my main question is, what is this applicant's relationship to Amanda Jen, who I have met in the past, who was the previous owner?
那我先问你
What is their relationship?
OK，那我先问一下，就是原来你们这个店的这个原来的这个店主人好像叫 Amanda， 然后那你和这个 Amanda 是什么关系呢？
我们是很好的朋友，我们在一起也是partner，在一起10几年的partner，跟很好朋友。
Okay, so we're just a really close friend, and we have been partners for over 10 years. So, and again, we're friends.
I see. So will she still be involved in the business at all in the new restaurant?
那这个 Amanda 是不是还参与你这个餐馆的这个经营呢？
现在没有。
Not really.
I see. Okay. So you're just keeping the name of the business, and perhaps the menu is somewhat similar, but otherwise it's totally different management.
那你就是把这个原来那个饭店的名字沿用下来了，是不是？就是同样原来的名字，然后你可能你的菜单和也可能比较类似，然后但是就是现在管理就是你自己管理了，是吗？
对。
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And just I haven't, again, apologies, haven't had this conversation, but some of the veteran members of this committee will know that we had some issues with a couple of owners ago at this very premise in terms of it really converting from a restaurant to a nightclub. And so in the past, there have been conditions on this license that were somewhat specific. I don't believe that we need to do that because this, after all, is only a Class B beer license. In all my experience, I can't think of a establishment that caused problems with a beer-only license. So I just, if I could, one last question for the applicant.
Oh, sure.
I didn't want to get ahead of the interpreter. But.
Yeah, can I just interpret this statement you made earlier?
Would you like me to repeat it?
No, I got
it.
Okay, very good. Yeah, take the time here. Okay, thank you. 那我现在就是想跟你说一下，就是你可能也知道，就之前的这个店家这个主人呢，就是可能就是原来他开店的时候呢，可能有一些问题，所以我们就是之间有过几次交涉，但是我估计因为现在你是换了这个你们的管理方式，你的主人也换了，然后你现在是这个店家，所以尤其是你现在只是来申请这个只卖啤酒、只卖 beer。这个酒牌，所以我们应该没有太大的有顾虑的地方。那我现在下面呢，想问你一个问题好吗？
Thank you. So the last question would be just to confirm that the applicant is aware that no live entertainment is allowed at the restaurant unless he applies for and receives approval from the city for an entertainment license. Could you just confirm that he understands that correctly?
OK. 那最后呢，我想就是问你确认一下，你是知道就是你现在就是你这个店里面不可以提供这个现场的这个娱乐活动，你这个需要你知道一下好吗
？OK， 好，谢谢。
OK, I got it. Thank you.
Very good. So again, nothing in any way that I believe you don't know that or don't understand that. It was simply because a couple of owners ago at this location, we had a lot of problems with it becoming a nightclub, the restaurant turning into a nightclub at night. And I just want to make sure that doesn't happen again. Not that it was your intention that you ever have DJs or turn your restaurant into a bar or nightclub at night.
我相信你是知道这一点呢，我就想跟你今天澄清一下、说明一下呢，就是因为这个店之前确实是出现过这样的情况，就是到晚上的时候就变成了一个像夜店一样，有各种活动，就是本来是不允许的。那我就想跟你今天只是再说明一下，我也知道这种事情应该是不会发生的。
谢谢。And I wish you the best of luck, and I look forward to meeting you in person sometime at your restaurant.
那我也祝你好运。那我希望就是有一天能够和你见面。
Thank you, sir. Thank.
And lastly, if I could ask Mr. Chair, would the makers of the motion consider it friendly if we do have just the one normal condition that the establishment meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times? And I see Ms. Westra giving a thumbs up signal. It's friendly.
Chair is nodding his head as well.
Great, thank you.
Captain Donahue.
I wonder if the interpreter wants to interpret that.
OK, thank you. Thank you. 就是刚刚就是最后其中的一个委员呢就说是他就是建议把这个你的申请就批准了就是了。
对，好，谢谢你。
OK, thank you.
Same thing. I haven't been able to meet with the owner, so I have just a couple of quick questions. Is this a sit down and be waited on restaurant, or do folks go through the line order and then seat themselves?
Sorry, the interpreter. Could you help to clarify the two situations you just mentioned?
That's for you, Alder Verveer, the city ordinances that you mentioned.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I was muted. Yeah, so well, maybe it's best if Attorney Brister or Attorney Zilliby gives the exact definition of a restaurant rather than me do it. I can attempt to. I don't have the definition in front of me. Do either one of the attorneys wish to?
I don't have it in front of me either. Jennifer?
I have it.
While Attorney Zilliby is looking it up to give you the exact definition of a restaurant in our law.
Please don't do that.
Let me just say to the applicant, and I appreciate the interpreter bearing with me here, that the purpose of the condition is simply that he continue to be what he intends to be and represents to be. That is that the establishment be a bona fide restaurant under our definition, and that it not become a bar, tavern, or nightclub.
OK，
If you
所以现在
interpret that, and then we'll have the attorney read the actual.
OK
wording.
sure，OK， 所以现在他们就是想跟你再确认一下，就是我们对这个饭店 restaurant 的这个定义，就是他们现在有几个成员呢在找这个定义，他们现在就想跟你再重新再强调一下，就是你现在这个店是饭店，就是希望你就是注意不要把它变成酒店啊，或者是酒吧了呀，或者是又卖酒了、卖饭了那种酒馆儿。
嗯哼，绝对不会的。
Sure, I will not thinking I will not, my intention is not to convert that my restaurant into a bar or tavern.
Thank you. And again, I'm only saying this because State Street is a very sensitive area, as you know, and we usually add that condition to all restaurants in the State Street area. So again, please don't take the condition personally.
对，希望你们不要太在意。我们就是对，因为你们这个店是位于这个State Street 这条街上，所以这条街上大家也都知道这个情况。所以呢，我们就是一般就是要是大家那块的酒店、饭店嘛来申请这个酒牌的时候，我们一般都会有这个条件。
好，谢谢你，这个肯定我们会绝对会100%的遵守这些规定。
Yes, yes, we will 100% comply with the policies and the rules.
Thank you. I believe Assistant City Attorney Zillavi is ready to give you the exact wording of the city ordinance and any other information she wants to share.
Restaurant has the meaning as defined in Wisconsin statute section 254.61 sub 5, and whose sale of alcohol beverages accounts for 50% or less of the establishment's gross receipt.
OK， 刚刚呢，就是他们在一个文件里面就找出了这个咱们这个政府对这个酒店，对不起，对这个饭店的这个定义。他们就是有一些条例就规定你既然是你说你这是你的店是饭店，你这个卖酒的这个销售呢就不能超过你的这个总的销售额的50%，这是我们对饭店的定义。
不会超过的，现在都只占到1%都不1%跟2%之间。
Yes, we will not sell alcohol or beer more than 50%. As a matter of fact, we may have only 1 to 2%.
Captain Donahue, did you have any other questions?
I had a question about whether or not it's a counter service where people will order from the counter and seat themselves, or if it's a sit down and be waited on restaurant.
Okay, got it this time. 就是现在有个问题，就是你们家的饭店是哪种这个服务顾客的形式？它有2种让你选第一个呢，就是顾客来了以后到前台点完以后，他自己拿着点好的饭，然后去找地方去吃，或者是第二个就是一般就是也有饭店是就是他来了以后呢，你就领座，坐下以后呢，就是有那个你来点菜啊，然后点饭了给他端上来，你们是哪一种？
我们现在都是客人进来，他先点菜，然后算钱。他如果有点到酒的时候，我们会先看 ID， 然后才会把这些菜跟这个酒，然后再给客人，然后客人自己端着菜，然后他找桌子坐。
Okay, so the way that we serve our food and beverages is our customers will walk in to our counter, and then they will also make their payment right there. And then if they ask for beverages or beer, and we will check the ID, and then the customers will bring their own food and beverages they ordered, and then they will find their own seating.
Very good, thank you. Best of luck to you.
好，谢谢你，祝你们好运。
Okay, 好 ，Thank you.
Okay, further questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. I don't see anyone's hands up, so I'll assume it's approved unanimously. To the interpreter, you can tell the applicant that the committee has approved his license.
那就恭喜你们，你们的申请我们全体通过你们被批准了。
好，谢谢 ，Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Verbeek-Wills, did you say you had contacted?
Alder Revere had contacted the applicant for item number 33, and he's here as well. And before we move on, I just want to affirm to the interpreter that that's all we needed for tonight for her, so she's free to go.
Okay.
And thank you.
All right, so 33.
The registrant is Hannah John Taylor.
Okay.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, great. Good evening. I wonder if you could just take a few minutes, formally introduce yourself to the committee, and then explain to them what change you have for your license premise.
See me, man? I'm just wondering if you can see me.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, well, I guess that's good enough because, I'm not that handsome anyway. But anyway, my name is Hannah John Taylor, and I am an educator and a saxophonist in this community for the past 25 years. And I am the owner of Cafe Coda, which is the coolest jazz place in town. And we have been open for what will be 2 years in September. And today we are petitioning for an expansion of our space, being concerned about our social distance policy, and understanding that we can only be allowed half the capacity that is 99, when you consider that I will have 3 or 4 employees working and then a band of maybe 4 or 5 musicians sometimes. I would like to be allowed to use the outdoor space, the front of the building, for 8 seats and possibly 2 tables in the very front of the door and on the pallet area east of the sidewalk. I had applied for this back in March. However, due to the situation that we all know about, that was postponed on that April date was postponed until May. And then I think there was some confusion as to whether or not I was going to be on the agenda for the May agenda, and now it is June. I've been approved by the neighborhood association, and I think that our 2-year opening, or 2 years of being in service have shown that we are working with the utmost integrity to bring a cultural entity to the community. And so with the addition of these 8 chairs, it will not only give us some social distance flexibility, but it'll also give us some visibility for marketing. I think it's no secret that all of us have suffered in this epidemic period as business people. And this is the first time I've had a business. I've been a saxophonist for the past 45 years. And so it's very important to me that this is a success. I have a number of people in the community who believe in what we're about and who have made not only financial but emotional commitments to this being a success. Sometimes I think, well, of course I know that there are people that I don't know I don't even know that are pushing for us. And so if we could be allowed these 8 chairs, just between the summer season of June 1st, which would actually now come out to July 1st, and August and October 31st. As I said, I think it would give us some visibility. I think it'd give us some space for our customers, and I think it would give us. I think it would give the music a recognition that it hasn't had in the past 25 years. And so I thank you.
Okay. I've got a couple questions for you. Mr. Kano Espina.
Thank you so much. I think that your establishment is awesome, but I do want to go over some of the conditions or some of the requests that I believe that the development committee had for particular hours.
Sure.
For the patio. So I'm sure you are familiar with them and just want to have them before the record. It says a capacity of 8 people.
Yes, sir.
And then the patio hours limited from 5 to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 5 to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
It is 5 until an hour before closing, whatever that hour is at any given date. So for instance, if it is on Saturday and we close at 1, then the patio would be closed at midnight. But most nights we are closed around 11. And so the patio would be closed at 10. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you are requesting for 1 hour before closing, and on Saturdays your closing time is 1 a.m.?
Yes.
And so on Saturdays you will be requesting, Fridays and Saturdays you will be requesting to midnight if open.
Yeah, we'd be closing an hour before. We'd be closing the patio an hour before our official closing time. And then a half an hour into that, we're calling bar time. We rarely have a problem with with that type of crowd control. Most of our people are actually, pretty polite about leaving after the second set. So, yeah.
Okay, and you were not hearing for the other applicants, but I kind of had a consistent question about you have control of who comes into that patio, who seats there, how they come in, how they come out.
Yes, sir. I have a person at the door who is responsible not only for admissions, but also responsible for monitoring the patio traffic. He is a young man who's been a good friend of mine. He's a recent employee. His name is Adem Tesfaye. He is a personal trainer who just got back. He went to West High School. He just got back from living in New York for 14 years, and I'm very close to him. I feel so fortunate that I can work with people that I can trust and people who believe in this space as much as I do. So Adem will be coming on set, and I have no doubt that he will present himself with the utmost diligence, but at the same time enforce our policies.
And I think the last question that I asked to all the applicants is there a way for customers to know where the line is for the patio so they don't walk with alcohol?
We'll know where the line is. If you remember, my friend who had Jamaica.
Yeah.
Martin, I was fortunate enough to purchase his patio borders, and we have refashioned them to be Cafe Coda borders, and so the demarcations are pretty exact, And the way I plan to station a dim is like between is actually, on the outside of the threshold during the summer hours, so that he is monitoring, what is happening, within 12 feet.
Perfect. Mr. Chair, if there is no other people waiting to ask questions, I can make a motion.
I believe Alder Revere has a question.
Yeah, Mike.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Hannah, I'm glad you were able to join us tonight after all.
Thank you. I'm sorry I got here late. I was shopping for some monitors. We're trying to upgrade as we're trying to make lemonade out of this whole situation. So I'm just trying to use the time wisely. But forgive me for being late.
I understand, no worries. We'll be here for a while yet anyway, so I'm glad it worked out. Anyway, I just had a question or two to follow up on Mr. Kino Espino's question about the Marquette Neighborhood Association's recommendation to us. And by the way, Mr. Verbeck, I don't see in Legistar that you were able to have the M&A letter attached to this item yet. So if we could do that at some point, that would be great in advance of the Common Council meeting. But anyway, in their letter, what is in Legistar is a letter from attorney Linda Leonards, who's a local neighborhood activist, and she also there recites for us what the Marquette Neighborhood Association recommendation is. So as it relates to the hours, would you be okay with us simply saying, or as part of the motion, that your patio hours are limited to the times that the Marquette Neighborhood Association is asking? And I understand your point about 1 hour before close, but apparently they felt that at your meeting with them last week that you had agreed to 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. And apparently that's consistent with other, at least closing times of patios on Willie Street.
Yeah, I would agree to that. It's just that, if we wanted to extend that Saturday hour to 1 o'clock, I would hope that we would be allowed to close the patio at midnight. Would that be too much of a stretch?
Well, I obviously wasn't in the M&A P&D meeting. Did you request that of the neighbors there?
Well, I thought that it was a given since earlier in the year I had made a petition for an extended license past midnight, and I think that was approved. And
yes, my recollection is that aren't you approved till like 1 a.m. or something like that?
Sure, on weekends.
Yeah.
Yes, and so if I could be allowed to have that Saturday night where the patio is closed at midnight, I think it would make a really big difference in my revenue stream. Because
your recollection of the conversation with the neighborhood is that you didn't actually ask for that?
I thought that they were cool with that.
Okay.
It falls into the whole paradigm of us closing the patio an hour before closing.
Okay, not that I don't believe you or anything, that's not what their letter says to us.
All right.
That they sent us. Let me move on to my other question just quickly here. And that is also in Attorney Leonard's letter to the committee. She states that she understands that you've applied for a streetery permit to have a sidewalk cafe as well. Is that correct?
I didn't realize that I did not qualify for that because I'm not a food vendor.
Well, I have good news for you. The Common Council last night unanimously approved a major change in the streetery program. We talked about it a little earlier in the meeting tonight, and you actually do qualify now for streetery, Hannah. So congratulations. You still have to go through the whole process, and
yeah,
that involves several different city staff approving you. So don't put out your tables and chairs like a sidewalk cafe tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow, but when could I do it?
Well, you need to apply. I don't know if you, and we can talk offline. I don't need to take up the committee's time.
What did that happen?
The specifics of it, but Mr. Verbeck, who you know, in the city clerk's office will help you, but you'd also then need the assistance of Megan Blakehorst, the city street vending coordinator.
Tomorrow morning for another application, if I can do that.
Okay, very good. So I just wanted to explain though, as again, Attorney Leonard's brought it up in her note, I just wanted you to understand that we aren't considering that part of your dream tonight. So you didn't even know, I guess, until I told you that you were now eligible. But since you are eligible, you do have to go through that separate process with the city staff and make some applications, and those are available on the city website, or they'll help you tomorrow if you figure this at the office.
Tomorrow, Mike.
Okay, very good. So I just wanted to explain that part, and then as a part of Streetery, you'll get to join us again at a future meeting for us to approve that or not. So you'll be approved by staff, and then you'll get to join us again here where you've come to know us at the ALRC. You'll have to come back for a future meeting later this summer for that.
Okay, so what about now? You know, we are planning to celebrate the solstice and fatherhood and all the things that culminate on the 21st of June, the acknowledgement of Black lives mattering in the world. And I was hoping that I would be allowed to at least put my patio out, if not allowed to have liquor served, but just allowed to have my patio out with chairs, as it is the first day that we've been open for 3.5 months.
I can't answer that question with any authority, unfortunately. So you're saying that you've already started aside from service of alcohol, you've already worked through the approvals for having the patio chairs out there as allowed by the zoning code?
Okay.
I'm sorry, have you applied separately with the zoning office, building inspection?
I tried to make contact with the zoning inspector, but to be honest with you, I just didn't have time to wait long enough to be on hold long enough. It's pretty urgent. I could probably work on it tomorrow, but
well, again, because I don't want to prolong all this, and you can call me anytime, and I can talk to you later tonight when we adjourn this meeting. But unless Mr. Verbeck has anything to add in terms of his role in this so-called Streetery program, you are now eligible. So you could apply tomorrow with Matt Tucker, the city zoning administrator, for permission to have your chairs on both sides of the sidewalk under the Streetery program temporarily, while you also are seeking permanent approval, perhaps.
Yeah, that's all that I would like.
So Matt Tucker is the key person to talk to in the city planning department.
All right, I'll make contact with him in the morning. Thank you.
Mr. Verbeck, did you want to address any of the question of how soon could any of this happen? Do you want to say anything about since Cafe Coda does qualify for Streetery now, given the council action last night, are you able to quickly approve alcohol service if zoning approval is granted?
I don't quite know how fast the approvals are coming in. I know once they come to us, they go real fast. But it's all really, we need the approvals first from either zoning if it's on private property, or vending if it's on public right of way. But as soon as those approvals come from them, the turnaround is very fast with us.
How fast?
Could be an hour, could be less than that.
That's fast enough. I'll talk to you in the morning.
I'm not in the office, but we do have someone in the office if you want to step in.
Yeah, I know. That's cool, man. I'll be there first thing in the morning because this is pretty important to us.
Well, again, I would start with zoning or street vending, whether it's private property or public property you're looking for.
Tucker?
Yep, Matt Tucker for zoning, or Megan Blakehorst if it's on the sidewalk.
So the private property side of the sidewalk is Matt Tucker, and the public right of way, the curb side of the sidewalk is Megan Blakehorst. They're both in the planning department.
Both in planning? Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Anybody else have any other questions for the applicant?
I have a motion.
I'm sorry?
I have a motion.
Yes, you did. And
I haven't made the motion. I just have the motion.
okay. I'm just looking at the queue here. All right, you're on.
Move to approve with the condition that the capacity is 8 people and that the patio will close 1 hour before his regular closing approved time.
Okay, we have a second for that. Mr. Grady seconds. Okay. Discussion on Mr. Kano Espina's motion. Seeing none, I will. Mr. Grady, did you have a question? Okay, you didn't. All right. Then it's unanimous approval, so the motion passes. Good luck with your discussions tomorrow with the city, and we'll hope you get it done by your date. So.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate it, and I invite you all to come out. We're really making an effort to be part of the cultural fabric here in Madison, and I thank you for your support and confidence, and hope to see you all soon.
Good luck with the business.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, takes us then to item 46. Ring Rhoda LLC doing business as Jobeck's Bar. Do we have anyone in the queue?
We have a bunch of registrants. The owner, Larry Ring, was registered in support. I believe he has someone else who's registered, I believe, is an attorney, Erica Birma. And then we have a few registrations and oppositions as well. At least one wishing to speak, one available, one not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, and 2 not wishing to speak. So I can read those in the record after we're done with the folks who are in support.
Okay. Well, are they in the queue right now? So do you want to have them speak now?
We should probably have the owner speak first before we go to the opposition.
Okay. So looks like we've got Ring here. So why don't you explain? Or wait a while. Let's go back to Assistant City Attorney Zillowby and go through her questions. Jennifer.
If the committee will remember, this was on the separation agenda back in May, and there was no appearance. And there were several issues, operational issues with the establishment, and also the issue that Mr. Ring did not disclose on his renewal application, his conviction for OWI last fall. And I also filed a revocation complaint that is item, I think the last item on the agenda. And that complaint details some of the other issues that are of concern with the establishment. And again, operational concerns and not disclosing on the renewal application and his behavior with police officers who respond to his establishment.
So do you want to ask the questions and have the applicant answer them?
Excuse me, Chairman. This is Attorney Erica Bader speaking.
Yes.
And I was wondering if I could make some preliminary comments.
No, why don't you just hold up here for a minute? Let me make sure that I get the committee's questions in, and then you'll have an opportunity to chat. So, Attorney Zillaby, you mentioned a number of things. Do you want to ask some specific questions?
Well, I was basically bringing the issues to the attention of the ALRC so the ALRC could explore what they wanted to do in terms of Mr. Ring. And of course, the license had to be approved because we were on the tight timeline to approve the license before June 15th.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Zillaby, just one quick question for you. Do you have the, I know during the separation hearings last month, you asked kind of questions pretty, of the applicants, just setting the stage. Do you have that this evening? Because I think, or not, just so that I can gauge.
Well, and I think the complaint that was filed kind of speaks for itself. And I have had some conversations with, I'm sorry, I forgot her last name, the attorney representing Mr. Ring. I've had some conversations with her.
Okay. So slightly different format from the separation hearing in essence, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that was my only initial question.
So we've got two different. I mean, this is this is an opportunity for the committee to ask some questions of the applicant that they would have asked at the last meeting. And then we also have the last item on the agenda dealing with the summons and complaint for revocation license. And I'm kind of struggling here if we should discuss both of them at the same time or review the questions. If there aren't any, then we just continue on and revisit this again on the last item. I'm just not sure, Assistant Secretary Zillaby, what exactly you're looking for.
So Alder Foster wanted me to have the complaint completed in the event that the responses given this evening are not satisfactory, so that we weren't waiting another month to have the appearance for the summons and complaint and then scheduling a hearing after that. So it was so that we would be ready to proceed in the event that, based on what the committee hears tonight regarding the concerns, and particularly since there was not this exchange at the separation hearing.
Okay, Assistant City Attorney Brist.
I just wanted to ask Jennifer, do you want the committee asking questions at this point if there's a pending complaint? Don't we have to do that within the scope of the revocation statute of Chapter 125?
Well, this isn't the revocation hearing.
No, I know, but it appears that you're asking for a revocation at this point. It's that you've commenced a revocation. Is that correct?
Well, the complaint was filed. So one item on the agenda is for him to answer to the complaint. That comes later. but since he was not at the separation hearing, I don't know whether he has anything that would convince
Well,
the.
I kind of think we should do the questions under then as part of the preliminary procedure. But I'm not sure we should be asking questions of someone who is being asked to, I don't want to call it incriminate themselves, but to respond when there's a formal complaint pending. I'm just not sure of the status at this point.
I guess if I can be heard for a second, I mean, I have the same concern that Mr. Brist has, is if he's answering questions within the confines of a revocation proceeding, he's potentially incriminating himself. And further, obviously we just received service of the complaint, and I don't believe that it would be equitable at this point in time to proceed on revocation in light of the fact that we haven't had sufficient time to, one, prepare, and two, for me to even be able to investigate some of the allegations contained in the complaint.
Oh, I don't believe they're going to proceed to a revocation hearing tonight. I think they're just going to talk about scheduling or issues like that. But I don't think the goal is to proceed to the revocation at this point.
Okay, well, I've got, I understand what you just said, Assistant Attorney Brist, and also what Assistant City Attorney Zillovy said. So we've got some other folks in the queue. Why don't we just go down through here and at least get the committee's views, and then we'll figure out which way to go. So, Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for the assistant city attorneys with us, because I want to see if I understand the situation right. So we've got two things going on, if I understand right. One is that we have a license holder. We separated that license at renewal time because we had concerns. The license holder did not appear, or the applicant did not appear at that separated hearing. It is not our prerogative to simply revoke at that time, but we were concerned that we didn't get a chance to talk to the applicant. And so one item on the agenda, the one that we're on right now, is asking the applicant to appear before us so that we can discuss the concerns that we have. Then in parallel, there's a second order of business where Assistant City Attorney Zillovy started the revocation process so that if the applicant did not appear tonight, or if the ALRC was not satisfied with the answers we received, the revocation process could be expedited. So,
but you've already started the revocation process.
Okay. And is that because that has been filed, that means...
Filed and served, from what I understand.
Okay. So, gotcha.
I don't think you should be going through questions unless you're following the procedures of
Sure.
calling witnesses, allowing cross-examination, and following the procedures of Chapter 125. I think we're precluded from doing that at this point if we have a pending complaint against the person.
Gotcha.
It's the licensee.
That makes sense. It's unfortunate that we didn't get the opportunity to handle this in a more laid back and amicable way. So at this point, I think that the item that we're on now, if I'm getting it right, Mr. Chair, is the request for them to appear. I think we should acknowledge their appearance and move on to the other item to schedule select a revocation subcommittee and schedule a hearing. So I will make a motion first for this item to acknowledge the appearance of the applicant.
And Mr. Cato Espino seconds that. Mr. Fletcher, did you want to speak to that? No? Okay. I don't have anyone else. Let me just scroll through here. I don't see anybody else in the queue. So we have a motion and a second to acknowledge the appearance this evening of Ring Roadie LLC. Seeing no further discussion, I will record that as a unanimous vote. So that then takes us, since we've started talking about this, Mr. Donnelly, were you suggesting that we take the last item out of order and deal with it right now? Okay. And I think you were looking at making a motion to create a subcommittee. Okay. Let me open up your mic here. Where did you go? Okay. Mr. Donnelly.
So moved.
So moved. All right. Mr. Kano Espina second. So we have a motion and a second to create subcommittee. We'll vote on that and then we'll take volunteers for the subcommittee. So I have no one else in the queue, so I will record everyone unanimous on creation of the subcommittee. So that then takes us to volunteers. We typically have 3 people on the committee. Mr. Fletcher, let me open up your mic.
I can volunteer, Tom.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher and Alder Skidmore, is that a volunteer? And yes, he's nodding his head.
Okay, and then for the third person, I think it has to be the chair or vice chair. So you want it or you want me to?
Well, this is my last meeting, so I think you should do it. Have some continuity.
Okay.
Okay, so our subcommittee then is Mr. Fletcher, Alder Skidmore, and Mr. Donnelly, and Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you. Could I just confirm from Mr. Verbic or anyone else, were there any registrants on this item besides the license holder and his legal counsel?
Yeah, I believe there were.
Could I ask Attorney Briston, Mr. Chair, would it be in order to hear from any members of the community that did register to speak as to this establishment tonight, or would that likewise be out of order, Steve?
Well, what I believe is that you've commenced a quasi-judicial proceeding against the licensee. And at this point, that means you have to proceed under those rules in Chapter 125. I think that precludes witnesses who just want to give their opinion at this point. I think that the body should not be biased. You are going to be the tribunal that hears whether or not the license is revoked or what. I believe what we should be doing is having the licensee appear by their attorney and enter a denial of the complaint or whether they agree with the allegations in the complaint. I assume they're going to deny the complaint, but that's what I think we should be doing at this point. I don't think we should be taking public witnesses on a revocation matter.
Thank you. I was afraid that that's what your advice would be to us. But I thought it was important that we ask you and apologize to those members of the community, the neighbors of the establishment that I think are present wishing to speak, that unfortunately is not in order this evening for them to do so. And on your second point, I was thinking the same thing, that we didn't really have an official initial appearance on the complaint from, I don't even know that we actually even allowed Attorney Bierma to state an official acknowledgement of her appearance, although she's spoken once or twice briefly already. So perhaps we should go through that procedurally, in a more formal way, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, I want to make sure I understood what you were just asking. Are you suggesting that the folks who have signed an appearance form to either say something and or register for or against it and choose not to speak, that we don't do that now because of the other issue with having started the procedure? Did I understand that correctly?
Are you asking me?
No, I was asking
Revere.
So, yeah, let me just respond, and I'll let our legal counsel certainly respond. But if you're asking me, Mr. Chair, which I guess you are, I'm sorry if I'm not being very articulate. It's been a very long day today. What I was, number one, suggesting that we follow the advice of our legal counsel and apologize to the members of the community that wish to speak as to this establishment generally with tonight, because that we've been advised that that wouldn't be in order. So I apologize that they won't be able to speak tonight, as again, our legal advice is that that's not in order. And then secondarily, Attorney Brist just explained that he thought that we need to have a more formal appearance by the respondent. So maybe if Steve, you wish to go through that again for the benefit of the body.
Yeah, let me.
I believe that under 125.12.
We think our prosecutor should also, of course, state her appearance.
Yes, you should.
Yeah.
I believe that under 125.12, the defendant should make their appearance and indicate whether they deny the complaint or what position they're taking on the complaint.
Okay, so I want to make sure we do it right. You're suggesting that we ask the attorney representing Mr. Ring to do that right now?
Yes, and then you can go ahead and do appoint a committee and announce that you're going to schedule a future date for that committee.
Okay, well, we've appointed the committee, so when we have the attorney representing the applicant.
Perhaps you'd like to have Attorney Zillovy state what the complaint is, and then have the licensee respond to that.
That makes sense. Assistant City Attorney Zillovy.
We're speaking to item 59 of the agenda, which is a summons and complaint for revocation for Ring Roadie LLC that I filed on behalf of the city, and I'm appearing for the city on the complaint.
Assistant City Attorney Bruce.
Just ask for the record, you served that upon the licensee, and they
Madison Police Department served it.
Okay, so for the record, it's been served upon the licensee. I would suggest that the chair inquire from the licensee and the licensee's attorney what that they make their appearance and that they indicate what their position is on the complaint.
Okay, I believe we have the attorney for the applicant here. Would you like to make your appearance and indicate your response to the complaint that you've just received?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We would enter a denial to the complaint filed on behalf of the city. However, I am not conceding service at this point because I don't know if the licensee was served or who exactly was served. So I'm reserving any challenges to service.
Okay. And as you know, we've gone through our normal process of appointing a subcommittee, and you will be, the city will be in touch with you to determine some dates for that subcommittee's meeting and presentation of the case in your defense of it. So, Assistant City Attorney Brist, are we okay procedurally with what we've done?
I just think you have to make sure that, I would say Jim needs to make sure the record reflects that the parties appeared, that the complaint was filed, and that the attorney for the licensee denied the allegations in the complaint, and she also indicated that she was questioning service. I would just make notes of those things in the minutes.
Okay, Jim, have you got that? Got that? Okay. All right. Okay, nothing more on this, either Assistant City Attorney Zilleby or Assistant
I
City-
think you stated that the city was going to contact the licensee's attorney regarding scheduling.
Yes.
Okay, so and that's understood, Ms. Bierma?
Yes, it is, Mr. Briss.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then let's go back to our agenda. So that takes care of item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Donnelly.
for any members of the public who did have statements they wanted to make, the revocation hearing will be publicly noticed once it's scheduled, and you will have an opportunity to make any statements there. You'll just have to make them under oath.
Yep, that's an excellent point. I appreciate you making that. So again, as Alderperson Revere indicated, based on the flow of things which you've been listening to, we unfortunately can't have you speak to the committee this evening, but as Mr. Donnelly indicated, there will be public notice of when you will have an opportunity to come in. We definitely encourage you to do that, and please accept our apologies for having you wait until late in the agenda to find that you can't speak. But we want to make sure that we go through the proper procedure to make sure that the applicant and the city both have opportunities to pursue the process following the state statutes that govern this. So thank you again, and our apologies for not giving you an opportunity to speak this evening. That takes us to item 47, Mr. Verbeek, I believe. You need to unmute yourself.
I see that. Yes, we do have a registrant. I believe it is Attorney Feliz representing the Nile Restaurant.
Okay. So, Attorney Feliz, are you connected with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon. I am here with one of the owners of the Nile Restaurant, Semer Korim.
Okay. So you're requesting a 21 plus entertainment license. And why don't you explain to the committee what you are proposing to do with the license?
Yes, and first of all, thank you all for your time, dedication, and duty. I know it's been a long night, so I will try to be as brief as possible and open up to any questions. So the Nile Restaurant has been on the O'Donnell Road location for a period of 8 years now. They're owned by, like I said, the Mohammed Hanawi, Semer Korim, and Mohammed Abu Rihab. The main and owner and starter of that restaurant, Mohammed Hanawi, he has been in the restaurant business over 30 years. They're currently running now the restaurant from 11 to 7 because of the COVID-19 situation. They limited their hours. They normally do work up from 11 to 9. and they really are trying to get this entertainment license so that they can realize different small family events as well as karaoke during a late night time period, which would be between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. So they intend to allow for reservations that are put 48 hours ahead of time for these small group events.
Excuse me, Attorney Felice, you're breaking up and it's difficult to hear you. I don't know if you're moving around with your phone or your microphone, but if you could try to speak more directly into it, we don't want to miss any of your statements.
I'm sorry, do you hear me better now?
Yes.
So they would like to be able to host events between the times of 10 and 2 a.m., mainly for family gatherings, birthdays, weddings, and as well as to be able to have karaoke with some amplified music. The restaurant is going to maintain its status as a restaurant and ensure that they are not selling more than 49% of alcohol. Currently, they are at about 2.3% of their alcohol sales. And so they believe that this increase in their time shouldn't increase that percentage or really cause that to be an issue. They're really they're looking to hire a bartender, and normally they work with two kitchen licensed bartender and 2 to 3 waiters during the day. So, like I said, they would like to allow people in the community to reserve the space during that time period so that they have events. They're not intending to charge at this time for those kind of reservations. They want to also, expand their food and market as a way of marketing and increase income. So there is always one of the owners that is on staff and on location. That is also the shift manager that is ensuring that there is enough staff on at the restaurant all the times and on call. The time being set from 10 to 2 allows for 1 hour for them to close. Be sure that they allow anybody who is eating at the restaurant normally to then exit the restaurant for them to transition to the events. So when those events happen, there's going to be a list at the event. There's going to be a bouncer who's going to ensure that everybody who comes into the location is of age and is associated with the event. Because no alcohol is going to be sold to anybody.
Mr. Felice, you've reached your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll open up for questions.
Mr. Cano-Spina?
Thank you, Chair. So I reviewed your security plan and it seems to be detailed. But I did have a couple of questions just to confirm that what I was reading is what I can understand. So my understanding is that you are only planning to have entertainment for pre-reserve confirm events, that you are not basically saying we're open now on Saturday until 1 a.m. Come and have karaoke, come and dance, come and enjoy music and food, but it's actually going to be a private event that is going to be pre-reserved. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Through discussions with the alderman and the captain, we believe that this is the best way to set things up for them to be set up for success, to show that this is really what they want to do is just really an opportunity for the community to be able to engage in their food, their culture, and have an atmosphere where they're comfortable. So yes.
Okay. I hope you're kind of getting lost again a little bit in the technology and the communication. So you may have to repeat some stuff just to make sure that I completely understand. So you had conversations with the alder and the police department. In the report that I read, it said that you will inform the police department days in advance of your events. Is that correct?
We're requiring now that the reservations are made 48 hours ahead of time. That way it allows for enough staff to be set up, for some staff to be set up on call and to notify the police, where with the goal of having them notified at least 24 hours in.
24 hours? Okay, 24 hours ahead of time. Okay. And my understanding is that, what is the limit that you will have for your events? What is the limit of capacity that you will have for the events? Sorry, I cannot hear you. Sorry.
The capacity is currently 87. And so we are not, they're not planning to have more than 80 individuals there at a time.
87? They're planning to have full capacity in the events?
Excuse me, Attorney Feliz, if you can hear me, just hold up talking because we're missing a lot of what you're saying. Joe, do you have any thoughts on why he's fading in and out?
Man, it seems to be something with his laptop. My suggestion would be he call the telephone number that was in his registration email and just participate over his phone.
Okay. Attorney Feliz, did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, so if you would do what our technical person suggested, and that is dial in on the telephone, that way you can use your cell phone and we can have the benefit of everything you're saying, because it's very difficult to try to make a decision with 2/3 of your information. So Joe, will that ring into you?
Yeah, it'll come right into this meeting. So
okay, all right. So if you just want to dial it, we'll wait for you.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yep, I think we
Can
got
you hear
it.
me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Okay.
Great.
Thank you so much for calling using the regular phone. So just to understand the capacity, so they're planning to have their full capacity, or they're limiting for those special events the capacity?
So they're willing to go up to that capacity. We don't know how feasible it really is to have that amount at once, but they're just going to do with the bouncer, keeping tabs on individuals. They're not going to surpass that, because normally there's at least 7 people working in the restaurant, so that would take away from the capacity.
Yeah, because the place, I was surprised with the 87 capacity. I've been in the restaurant, and if you're having dance, as part of that, the reason for the event is to have dance, correct?
It is more for karaoke and gatherings, not necessarily for dancing. There may be some movement of a table or two for the karaoke, but I believe that dancing is in the plans.
Okay, so there's not a lot of movement of tables, just a couple of tables here and there?
That's correct.
Okay. Usually the karaoke or the DJ was kind of by the door.
Yes, it would be in a corner.
Okay. And the bouncer staff, is this a higher security staff, or is this just a regular staff that is going to be with a shirt that says bouncer, or what is that position?
No, they would hire security staff.
And do you know the name of the company?
They're waiting for an approval to search for one.
Okay, okay. And it would be, and that responsibility of that staff will also be like making sure that the parking lot is safe, that there's no issues in the parking lot, things like that.
That is correct.
And are they thinking one security staff for 87 people, or how many security staff are they thinking if they're gonna have if it's successful and we're past COVID and the whole thing? How much security staff are they thinking?
So the reason why they're requesting 40 hours in advance is so that they know what to expect. So if there is a large reservation, they would be able to request more security.
And I saw that one of the managers will be at the business the whole time. Is your plan to have food also all times?
Yes, we will. They will be maintaining everything as a restaurant, serving food as normally. The light will not be changing. It's not going to be a club, so they are going to be mainly serving food. That is the main source of their revenue. Like I said, alcohol is only about 2.3% of what their sales are.
And is this going to be advertised to have it every weekend, every day? What are the hours for the entertainment?
So that the hours would be based off of the request from the person scheduling the event. But they would have an option of limiting in certain period of times, but we would offer from 10 to 1:45.
Including weekdays, or is this only for weekends?
For now, it's only for weekends.
So you will be okay with a restriction that says that the entertainment can be Friday and Saturdays, or Thursday, Friday, Saturdays?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Captain Donahue? You're on.
I have, I guess I don't know if I should be doing this now or after the motion. I guess I will form this as a question. I lost you a little bit in the phone or when you were on your computer. Did you say that the plan is to give the PD 48 hours notice before you have gatherings?
The goal would be to have at least 24 hours notice given.
Okay.
So they would, as soon as possible, we will require the reservations be made at least 48 hours ahead of time. And as soon as that information is available, it would be provided forward.
Okay. And then do you have a plan to limit the number of events that you have each week?
Yes, we're currently limiting that to 2 events per week, a maximum of 8 events per month.
And I'm sorry, I was distracted reading this email when on the previous questions, but did you have a ratio of staff per person that you planned if you have a party of 87 versus you have a party of 20? Do you have an idea of what your ratio of staff to patrons would be?
Yes, normally the restaurant is equipped to handle approximately 30 customers at a time. And if in an event there is more than that, every 10 would require an additional waiter.
I think that's it for questions. I do have some comments from Captain Friedman if you want to tell me when the appropriate time would be to share those.
Okay. let's stick with questions here, Mr. Donnelly.
I was wondering if Alder Furman had any questions or comments for us.
Thank you. I don't have any questions at this time. I am going to have a bunch of comments. This application has kind of been a long time in the making. This applicant was here a few years ago and was denied, and I could talk about that more. This is a new plan that they've come back with. There are a lot of things that were unclear that I'm very appreciative that Captain Friedman has worked on trying to make clearer, that we've seen some of that discussed this evening. But when we get more to the discussion, I probably have some just points I want to make, but I don't have any questions at this time. I appreciate the direction the board is going in and the questions they're asking. Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly, did you have some questions?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. Well, I don't see anyone else in the queue. So if we don't have any more questions, then let's move to debate. And we have Captain Donnelly and Alder Furman who have some things to offer, and Mr. Kano Espina, who's waving his hand at me. So, Mr. Kano Espina, you're on first.
Sorry, I could not write quick enough about the numbers of events. So 2 events per week.
I think he said two per week, 8 per month.
8 maximum per month.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I have that to when if we move to a motion to make sure to put that. And then and you said that you would be okay with restriction that the events can only happen Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much for rechecking that. Appreciate that.
Okay, Captain Donahue first, and then we'll go to Alder Furman.
I'd like to defer to Alder Furman.
Okay, Alder Furman.
Thank you. So when this application has certainly learned from the mistakes of the previous application 2 years ago. I think one thing that was clear through discussion with the applicant is that they will not be hiring any outside firm to manage events here. This is something that the owners are going to run. I think their focus, their original application was a little unclear on how they'd be handling staffing. They seemed like they would just sort of staff up when necessary and didn't have as strong of a plan. And the plan that's in front of you folks, and I'm not sure if you got they did have a slightly revised security plan that came out today. That slightly revised security plan today, I think, does a much better job of going on a trial, almost starting on a trial, the idea of limiting stuff. Where this restaurant is, I think you guys all know, is not a residential area. And there are definitely advantages to that, and there are some disadvantages to that. And so you guys know, I'm sure, the history of that area and some issues that are in the past, but we're certainly not worried about residents being interrupted by something going on here. But there are some cons for just kind of not being around anything else other than this. So I do think the idea of limiting it to 1 or 2 events a week, I think, is incredibly important. I would like to see a little bit better than 24-hour notice for MPD. It's something that they would feel more comfortable with. If they're getting a reservation within 48 hours, I understand they may not be able to make that notification immediately, but maybe if we did 36 hours and kind of, put it in between. I don't want them to contact the wrong person at MPD, and because it was only 24 hours. MPD not being completely aware. And I think the staff ratio is a pretty big deal too. I think it's important for them to, have in their plan and know, if they're going to have a certain amount of people, that they have enough staff scheduled. It seemed, talking to the applicant, that they're able to get staffing, and scale up their staffing and have trained staffing. But I think it's important that that's known, when they're scheduling an event, how many people are going to be there and that they have the appropriate level of staff. So I think, those would be my big points. And again, I really do appreciate Captain Friedman's help in trying to figure out a way to see if we can make this work.
Thank you. Captain Donahue?
Thanks. Thank you, Alder Furman. I know that you had been in communication and appreciate the little bit of background there. I'll just reiterate what Captain Friedman sent to me is much the same that Alder Furman shared. But Captain Friedman is requesting, or I should say prefers, to have the 48-hour notice rather than the 24-hour notice. He also indicates, gosh, I'm falling apart here. He also indicates that he's not inflexible with a shorter notice, but prefers the more notice. He says that he too would like to limit it to 1 to 2 events per week with an opportunity to reassess that down the road a bit. He would like to see a higher ratio of staff, knowing that sometimes the more people that are there, it kind of multiplies the potential issues. And lastly, making sure that the applicant understands that they are responsible for the lot after closing time, and making sure that everybody has not only left the building, but that there's no ongoing problems in the parking lot area. Just from my own reading of this, and I don't want to step on Captain Friedman's toes or Alder Furman's toes, because I know they've been working closely with the applicant. There seemed to be, to me, when I read this, a little bit of an identity crisis on kind of what the goal was. I read in some case that it said that they wanted to have people seated, but at the same time, it sounded like it was going to be operated in some ways more like a nightclub by having someone at the door checking IDs rather than an actual seated restaurant. So I guess what I would, if I could, hear directly from the applicant what they see that looking like. Is there going to be some kind of change from a dinner service to a party, or because it's just a planned party, is that separate from the functioning of the rest of the restaurant? Will they be happening simultaneous? I guess that's the picture I'm lacking.
Okay, I can answer that. No, it's not going to be a club. It's going to be the restaurant, the actual restaurant we run, but we would like to extend the hours. And what we asking today is if we can have some music on, and that's all about it. But there will not be a club or party, no dancing, none of that. Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah, we heard you. Captain Donahue is thinking of her next question. But she's muted, so how did that happen?
I did it myself. So will the restaurant operate at the same time as these special events, so to speak, or will the restaurant be closed if it's a private event?
The restaurant will be closed. There is going to be a separation between the regular closing time at 9 and when the events are supposed to start at 10.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. We've got Mr. Kano Espina. So you're on.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions for Captain Donahue, so I can try to make a motion. So, would it be okay to say that for special events that the business has to contact MPD between 48 hours, but no less than 36 hours before the event? Or do you want to have it as 48 hours?
I think it would be fine to say 48 hours, but no less than 36.
48 hours, but no less than 36. And then for staffing, and I don't know if this is something that we usually do or not, but do you have an idea of what we could say, for, like they said, every 10 have an extra staff? Is that something that you want to have in a condition, or is just kind of friendly advice to the business?
Maybe Alder Furman can speak more to the conversation that has been had, but I suspect that it's more friendly advice. I don't know that I've never run a restaurant, so I don't have enough experience personally, I guess, and it's not something that we have any training in, so I don't know that I'd be able to speak to that.
I would say I'm leaning towards the condition, but I would be curious and open to listening to what the applicant is willing to offer there. I don't want there to be staffing issues. It definitely was clear talking to the applicant that they seem to be fairly flexible about getting staff and seem to indicate that they understood the need for staff and they would take care of it when necessary. But that was also sort of vague. And I'm a little bit worried about that vagueness, to be honest. And so, I'm open to, having a discussion with the applicant on, if they're comfortable committing to something, and if they're not comfortable committing to something, then, taking the advice of this board based on previous experience, what makes sense as far as a condition or not.
So for the applicant, I heard that you have a certain number of staff for 30 people. Could you confirm what number that is for me?
7.
Yeah. How many staff do you have for your normal operation of 30 people is what I heard. I heard a number of 30 customers and then you have some staff.
7.
7. Oh,
7.
sorry. I'm sorry. So you have 7 staff for 30 people. And then you would be willing to say that you would be that you will have I think when you say security staff, I think that is really good when you hire security staff, particularly for the events. Would it be okay to have a minimum of 2 security staff?
It really depends on the events we will get, how large the number will be. If I have 10 people, I don't think I would need 2 security staff.
Yeah,
but if I have 50, 60, then it's a different story.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So somebody said something about a extra staff for every 10.
Right. So, and if we have like a larger group and we get big reservations, we can add another staff for each 10 people.
What about this idea? Would it be better to just say that the condition is that the restaurant will talk to MPD about the number of reservations and confirm with MPD the number of staff that they will have at that time. No, I see.
I mean, I don't mind it. It's not a big deal for me.
If I may comment,
I will refer to Mr. Donnelly. I think that he's thinking some things. So I have no more questions at this time.
Okay, then we'll go to Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Cano Espina. I have two comments about numbers. First, for the number of hours notice to MPD, we should have a single number. We can't say 48 hours, but no less than 36, because then if it is less than 48, that is a violation of the license, and we can't put the applicant in that position. If we're fine with 36, we say 36, and informally, we can tell them more notice is better. MPD is not going to be sad to get more notice. The second thing with the number of security staff, it would be both more appropriate for us to specify a formula with which the applicant is comfortable. Also, I wouldn't want to put MPD in the position of having to make that judgment call, particularly since on a different day, they might talk to a different person and get a different answer. We need to ensure consistency by codifying it in the license. So, question for the applicant or the applicant's legal counsel. What do you believe would be an appropriate formula for the number of security staff based on the number of patrons?
Yes, and I just wanted to, I believe two security staff when the parties are at 60 or above would be appropriate. I just want to note that they do have a lot of experience in the restaurant business, and typically 12 individuals can be served by one waitress. And so we try to be a little bit more restrictive with that and say 10 for each waitress. And the notice to the police department would be, as I said, as soon as possible after that reservation is confirmed, with at least a minimum of 24 hours notice. That was our goal.
What about a minimum of 36 hours?
I don't think that's an issue.
Cool. So as far as the numbers of security, you said 2 security for 60 patrons?
For 60, yes.
Okay. Below 60, how many security people would there be?
1.
And is there any point where there would be so few that it would be 0?
No.
And is there any point where the number would go above or above 2?
No.
Okay.
So the locations of only about 80 individuals could fit in there.
Okay. Question for Alder Skidmore. In your professional experience, do you believe that is an appropriate level of security staffing?
Thank you for the question. I have my hand raised to actually opine about that. What I was going to suggest, first answer your question, no, I don't think it's sufficient. Secondly, I worked extensively with Captain Friedman when he was in the Central District on a number of venues and events that we provided security for. And he's got a pretty good handle on the number of people per event, depending on the type of event, the type of crowd, etc. Personally, I don't think one security person would be sufficient at a venue. Typically, you need 2 sets of eyes and you need backup. And I strongly suggest against one person. And I do think that there will be venues or instances where more than 2 would be appropriate. I can't say without judging from the crowd if it's 4 or 3 or 5. But I would strongly suggest that until you really get a good feel for what's going to happen, a little more contact with the captain would be appropriate. And I do agree it shouldn't be just anybody in the department or in that office. It should be the captain or lieutenant of police, which should be Lieutenant Schlecki. So I just to throw in my comment, I was skeptical at the previous request years ago, but I'm feeling much more comfortable about the approach. And I think it's a matter of working out the details. And I think Captain Friedman gives me comfort when he is making the suggestions he is. Thank you.
Ms. Westra. Joe, I can't, there she is. Okay.
Has there been now I believe they said they have maintained this establishment for 11 years as a restaurant. I've only been in there once or twice in the 11 years. Has there been any problems at this establishment with them running as a restaurant with these owners?
I think that's a Captain Friedman question, or I'm sorry, Captain Donahue. Do you have any statistics on that?
I am perusing that right now. It doesn't look like we've had any significant issues there. I guess the one question, is there a suite number that goes with this business?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
I do know that a few years ago, they were having entertainment without an entertainment license, and it was a third party who was having the events.
And were there, besides the fact of the entertainment without a license, were there problems with those events from a police point of view?
It doesn't appear so, although I haven't opened each of these calls for service. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like we had an enormous amount. It looks like there was early in 2017, maybe a run of issues where we were there. We're checking on the business fairly frequently, but there isn't anything really of note.
It just seems like with the amount of conditions that we're looking to put on, we're assuming problems without a documented history of a restaurant, of them being a restaurant, that this would somehow immediately morph into a nightclub with problems. And putting quotas on for how much staff they need to have and things like that, that I don't think have quite risen to the level of appropriate. So maybe a condition of we bring them back in 6 months to talk about how things are going and review the things there before we overladen this license with conditions would be a way to go.
I would just say that that was something that Captain Friedman put in his email too, was that he would like a reassessment after a few months of actual operation.
I would like to add just a few things about the past and why I would like to personally see some conditions, and then with the ability for the applicant to come back and have it be revisited after a few months. Obviously, we're in the COVID period, so it's hard to say come back in 3 months because business is probably not going to be normal for the next 3 months, and it's not going to be a great indication. But they were using the location as a nightclub. I found the advertisements on Facebook. I'm not sure if those were related to the calls or not. There's obviously not much detail, it sounds like, from the MPD calls, but they were, they did have a nightclub going that was advertised, and that was the issue why they didn't get approval last time. And I just think, personally, I think there are aspects of this request that come off to me as just vague, and I'd like to see the model proven a little bit more before we're hands off about it, or before the hands off about the license. I don't necessarily agree that they need 2, 3, 4 security guards if it's only 10 people. I also, though, think only 2 guards if it's 60 is probably too high of a number. But we can talk about that more later. But I do think starting it out with some restrictions, because there's nothing like it in the area. Some fair restrictions. I want to see them succeed. I think would make this more beneficial for all parties involved.
Mr. Kano Spina?
I was ready to make a motion if there's no more discussion.
Let's see, I've got some hands up, but I don't know if they're left over from previous comments. Let me just run through them. Ms. Wester, did you have anything more you wanted to add?
No, I'll probably have some things after the motion is made.
Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zilloway, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. No, Mr. Kano Spina, why don't you make your motion and then the committee can discuss it.
So I move to approve with the following conditions. The establishment will have a maximum of 2 pre-scheduled events per week, to a maximum of 8 pre-scheduled events a month. That the establishment will communicate with MPD 36 hours prior to the event, the number of members or the size of the crowd. That the establishment will have a minimum of 2 security guards for a pre-scheduled event that exceeds 25 people, and I think that's the things that I had in my list.
Okay, do we have a second? Mr. Grady seconds. I've got Mr. Fletcher and then Alder Furman. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask for the record, Mr. Kano Spina, that your second comment was just to clarify that the notification period of 36 hours is a minimum requirement, correct? Not 36 hours exactly. And to go back, you said 2 security guards for events that exceed 25 individuals. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is
one officer for less than 25, not officer, sorry. 1 security guard for less than 25, more than 25, 2. I don't know the right number for like 50, or that's where I'm like, I don't know. So I wanted to start there.
Yeah, I'll defer to others on the committee, but seeming to me, trying to do it on a kind of a per person basis to some extent might make sense, because then you get up to the conversation earlier where you have larger events, and then it could still potentially be read as the 2 security guards. But okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could just get a clarification. So, Mr. Kano Spina, you said the first condition is the establishment will have a maximum of 2 events per week and 8 per month. Was that the first condition?
Yeah.
Okay. And the second one was establish will communicate with MPD 36 hours prior to the event.
Yep.
Minimum of 36.
No. And then to Mr. Donnelly's point, did you want to clarify that it's to the captain and lieutenants of the Midtown District?
I don't know if that, I will have to defer to our captain if that's what she would like, or that's what the district would like,
Yes, I would concur with that.
then yes.
And then the last one was minimum of 2 security guards for events with greater than 25 attendees. Okay.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
then we need to talk about like larger events, but I don't know. I just thought 25 was a good number.
May I comment?
Yes.
Yes, so just thinking business-wise, having a staff of 7 individuals and then 2 security guards for when there's approximately 30 people, potentially children, that really would be very difficult in order to be profitable in that kind of event. And so I think that the 25 number is slightly too small.
Alder Schemer, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I'm trying to open up Alder Skidmore's mic. Looks like I've got it. Alder Skidmore?
Yes, I think to expand a little bit about my conversations with Captain Friedman before, the model we used in downtown Madison was 1 guard for every 50 patrons. So I would say 2 is fine. And to respond to the owner's comment about the type of venue, if you've got a venue of kids, I would say the captain could have the discretion of waiving that. I think if you've got a children's event or something where it's predominantly family oriented and less likely to turn into something else, I would say 1 would work. And realistically speaking, for the size of this venue, I'm not sure there's going to be many events where you're going to want more than 2. So I think this is, I was going to suggest another condition to say, come back in 6 months or 9 months. I'll leave that up to the alder, but to get a reality check to see what it's really like. So
I'll be fine to move it to 2 per 50. Over 50, you should have 2. And then again, it's fine to have that other that they should come in 6 months.
Or I'm just pulling that out of my hat. Yeah, with COVID, I don't know if it's going to be 6 months, 9 months, whatever.
We have to put a number, so 6 months is fine.
Yeah.
So I would like to, I think 6 months is a good timeline, and I also think then, if they don't want to come back in 6 months because they're not ready, they don't have to come back in 6 months to reevaluate it. But the idea would be that they're welcome, after 6 months to ask for changes, if they wish to do so, and then this board can decide. The only condition that I'd like to see possibly different or clear is they did say that they'd be willing to do 48 hours for reservations. I don't, and obviously the police notification, I think, says it's 36 hours. So the likelihood of, some people having dinner on a Friday saying, we want an event in 2 hours can't happen. But I would like to throw out there the idea of maybe possibly adding the condition of that their events will be reserved, as they said they would, with 48-hour notice.
Ms. Westrom? Joe, I'm having trouble unmuting.
My problem. I
Okay.
didn't click on the little box. So my concern is still with specifying the number of security. I think with this size of establishment, with the owners being on site and 7 staff already there, you have plenty of people and people who can also act as security. I think we should specify that they follow their security plan and they come back in 6 months and we can review any calls to service from that point on. I also have concerns about specifying the 48-hour notice thing, just because I don't think it's necessary. I think we're over conditioning the license, and that's a concern that I have with this one. Because once we put conditions on, we never really want to take them away, and they keep going and keep going and keep going, and they're just there. So that's my opinion.
Okay, Captain Donahue, and then Mr. Kano Espina.
Well, one of the concerns that I have is in their plan, they put that all events must be requested at least 2 days in advance, since we will inform the police of the event plan to ensure their availability in case of an emergency. This time frame is necessary to accommodate the rostering system used by the police and will result in the best possible support. That to me makes it sound like the owner is notifying us so that we can upstaff if they're having a big party, so that we'll be available to respond. And that's how that reads to me. And I don't know if that's their intent, but that's how they have it written in the document that we were provided.
Mr. Kano Espina.
Okay. I completely see Mrs. Westra's point, and I do not want to over enforce or restrict this license. At the same time, one of the things that I think that we have that it will be important that is important for us for entertainment license is to make sure that they have enough security so police officers don't need to be overused and over-involved as the captain just mentioned. Of course, we need to call the police if there is something to call the police. That definitely, I don't want to give the impression to business not to call the police. We want them to call the police, but we don't want them to use the police as their security. We would like their security to be able to intervene before there's issues, to de-escalate, to make sure people can go home safe, and we have less and less interventions by the police. So that's why I was hoping to have in all entertainment license a number of security staff that are working to prevent issues before issues become something, and then police needs to be called, and then we have potentials for other stuff to happen. And so that's my trying to be preventive. I really, with a lot of honesty, I don't think that this establishment is gonna have problems, but we have been in this situation before where we believed the establishment was not gonna have problems, and they ended up having problems because they were a great restaurant, but not a very good entertainment venue, right? Not a very good dance place, not a very good, after hours events. And that's the concern with this, is that in the past, they function as an after-hour event without the proper permission. And even though they may not have had a lot of serious issues, that it could have opened the door for serious issues. And so I think that that's what the elder of the district and the police officers are asking us to put fair conditions not overwhelm them with conditions, but fair conditions so that they are successful and that they have a time of working and making great events, and they already know how many people and how much staff and and then maybe we can remove some of those conditions after. But I do hear your concern of overwhelming them with conditions.
While I've got Captain Donahue's mic open here, and at the risk of overstepping my bounds as chair, Captain Donahue, do you think Captain Friedman would be in a position to make a recommendation on how much security is needed based on the folks, you know, if they're going to have 80 people over there who are celebrating somebody's 80th birthday, that's different than if they're going to have 80 people from a fraternity. And if he gets enough notice, do you think he would be in a position to say, you got to have X, Y, and Z based on the population you're going to have there, and so that it can float?
I suspect that's why he asked for the advanced notice, is so that they could have some of those discussions, and we could make some recommendations based on the size of the crowd. And right, if we're having a 5-year-old birthday party, even if there's 50 people there, we probably don't need to add security guards. And I mean, Alder Furman may be able to even nod yes or no, but I suspect that was part of the conversation of bringing the police in, was so some advanced planning could be done based on the particulars of the event.
Okay. Who did I cut off?
I was going to speak for a moment, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm gonna throw in. I do think there was some desire on Captain Friedman for there to be possibly a level of interaction. My only concern would be I don't want to put the applicant in a position where they do the proper notification and MPD is too busy to go through all the details and help. So I'd like there to be as much certainty for the applicant as possible. I think MPD, obviously, there are a lot of reasons they'd like to have that notification, and I'm supportive of them having that notification. So I froze for a moment, so I'll just repeat that. I think there are a lot of reasons probably MPD would like that notification, and I'm supportive of that notification, but I don't want to be in a position where it leads to too much uncertainty for the applicant, or the applicant's negotiating every single time they have an event on how many security guards they need to get, and not then booking something and then finding out that the event's not going to be profitable because MPD came back and said, you know what, we just had a bad incident. We'd like to see you have 5 security guards. So I think it's important for MPD to know what's going on, and whenever possible help, but I'd prefer it not to have to be a requirement for them to negotiate stuff each time. Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly, and then Alder Skidmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with what Mr. Kanospina was just saying. And I'd like to point out a couple of other things along those lines. Actually, respectfully disagree with what Ms. Wester was saying. I think we have frequently gone back and relaxed or removed conditions, and that it is wholly appropriate to put more conditions on a license at the beginning and remove them later after it's demonstrated that there aren't any problems. We have a lot more ability to control the situation now than we do later. We also have historically listened a fair deal to the alder of a district, and when the alder is clearly engaged in the process and has specific requests of us that are reasonable and in line with requirements we frequently put on licenses, I wouldn't want to ignore that. Thank you.
Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Donnelly and others about this trend. I do think it's important to rely on the expertise and the experience that Captain Friedman has. I had an opportunity to work with him for a number of years, and he developed a relationship with a venue that was problematic and had issues and got called before this body. And they set up some reporting requirements, which worked out for a mutual benefit. This was precipitated by a large party that ended in gunfire and people injured, and it was quite embarrassing. And now it's good. It's a system that's working well. And I can recall one instance where there was a pre-notification to the captain, and he said, "Well, wait a minute, this guy just got out of prison," or on one of the parties. And there's a benefit here of having a relationship where you can intercept a problem that doesn't turn into a problem. And I think over time that could be something that would work out very well for the applicants when they develop a rapport with the department, with the captain, who's very experienced in this. I think it could help their business model. That's it.
Mr. Kano Spina.
If I could, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. If I could just confirm that what we're stuck is basically the number of officers. Like, I believe that we're all okay with the 2 events per week, the 8 months, the 8 maximum a month, that we want to say 36 hours, and that we want to, there was one more that I'm missing on my notes. What was the other one?
Review in 6 months?
Review in 6 months. Thank you. They were all good with that, and it's just the number of officers that, that it's just the number of security personnel that were stuck. Is that, am I correct? So it's 2 per 50, like Alder Skimall said, that's the number that they had at downtown events. 2 per 50 is double than what I originally said. So 2 per 50. Is that something that the owner feels is too much?
Mr. Feliz?
Hello? Yes. So for when there's over 50 people, that is not a problem. Is just a 10-person difference from our original suggestion.
So you will be okay with over 50, 2 officers. That's the number that we have, and then everything else is good.
Yes, if over 50, 2 officers.
Okay. We already had a second? Sorry. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Grady.
Okay. So I think that we got an agreement from the owner that over 50, they will have the two officers.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, seeing nobody's hand, I'll record you all in the affirmative and the motion passes. Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, could you take over the meeting? I need to step away just for a moment. And Joe, can you switch him in?
He's a co-host now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I believe that brings us to item 48. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be 48 and 50. It's, yeah, entertainment license and the alcohol license. I don't see any registrants for either of those items. I'm struggling to remember, and I have been struggling to remember, and I have not been able to figure it out. If this establishment asked to be put on this agenda, or if they wanted it on the next agenda, or to hold it entirely, because this establishment, another one that we referred last month, had indicated that there was issues related to COVID-19 holding up agreements in order to get their location. And so I would recommend if the committee would just refer this rather than going to place it on file, so I can get a confirmation from the applicant that what date they're looking to come back to us, if they have a date in mind yet.
Gotcha. Well, we do have a few people in the queue, so Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Actually, the applicant has been texting me throughout the night with some technical issues. So I just received a text from her and she says she's here. I'm referring to Susan McKinney. I don't know if she's possibly on the telephone.
It's possible that, yeah, they're on the telephone, but maybe didn't register because there's no one listed in the actual public record as registered on those items. But with the chair's permission, I can unmute them.
You have my permission.
Okay.
Yes, Joe is absolutely correct. She just texted that she did not register. She didn't know she needed to do that. She's been listening all night.
Okay. They are unmuted right now, so.
Hello?
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 Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Susan McKinney.
Okay, and what, are you the owner of SODO?
Hopeful. Yes, I'm the applicant to have a new liquor license to become the owner of SODO.
See, okay. Well, please tell us a bit about your plans.
Okay, I've been the general manager at SODO for about 7 years. My two daughters have been working at SODO as well, as they started out as door checkers and cleaners, and the oldest one is she's been working there for 7 years, and the younger one for about 5. Since they were both 18, they're 23 and 25 now. So between the three of us, we've been running SODO. In the last couple of years, we started out doing, not quite as managerial tasks as we do now. They are the shift managers and bartenders. And so between the three of us, well, I would be the license holder, but, we're kind of a little family package here. And so we want to just continue running SODO as we have been doing. It's a dance club. We're open 3 nights a week. It's a really fun, inclusive place. We have a lot of neighborhood people. There's English as a second language school not far away. We get a lot of international people. We kind of are very happy and feel proud that we're the place where everybody feels comfortable going.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So, Mr. McKinney, just to clarify, there would be no operational changes from how SODO has previously operated to how it would operate under kind of your ownership?
Correct.
And then, are you aware of any kind of conditions on the current, or I guess the SODO's license as it existed that, have you reviewed that license? Are you familiar with that particular license, I'm assuming?
I am familiar with the license. I don't believe there's any restrictions at all.
Is that accurate, Jim?
That's accurate.
Okay. Okay, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby.
Will Ted Gervasi have anything to do with the business going forward?
None. No, nothing.
So you will, because right now he's still listed as the corporate agent.
No, my daughter Carla is the agent.
No, I mean the corporate agent with the
Oh,
Wisconsin.
corporate, yeah. Yeah, he, as soon as, if I, upon approval, he will give up his license and, yeah, no, he'll be done.
And the committee should also know there is a municipal court prosecution, against Soto. I believe the pretrial is next week for, and I don't have the file with me at home, but there were counts of, underage violations.
Thank you. Anything else, Assistant City Attorney Zillaby?
No.
All right, Mr. Cano Espina.
May I address the underage violations?
If a member of the committee has questions for you, they will ask you directly.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Cano Espina.
Yeah, thank you. If you have been hearing, you know that I'm going to ask you about the security plan. So I see that your security plan has 2 door checkers. These 2 door checkers are their security staff?
We have a total of 4 to 5 people on a single night. We have people at the door, managing the line if we have a line, checking IDs, checking backpacks. So they kind of interchange doing all of those jobs. I consider all of them security. And then there's 2 people downstairs.
So a total of 4 or 5. I hear something Barback. Is that a company?
No, that's a job.
It's a job.
Oh,
that's somebody who helps just bring ice and items
in
into
the back.
bar.
Got it. I understand.
Supports the bar.
I'm like, okay. So no outside company. These are all like staff that are yours.
Correct. Yes.
And on top of that, you have 3 or 4 bartenders, correct?
Yes, correct.
And your capacity is over 200, is that correct?
It's 240, yes.
And you're saying that you're going to be running the same way that you have been running before?
Correct, yeah.
Attorney Zillaby made a couple of comments that concern me about underage drinking, and I'm concerned about the number of security staff that are not security staff, but they are staff. Could you address what happened with it? And I don't know if it's Attorney Zillaby, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask her to address that because you have a complaint coming and we don't want her to self-incriminate herself. So before I ask her to answer that, is it appropriate for me to ask her that?
I'm actually going to unmute Assistant City Attorney Brist, who is our counsel.
Yes, thank you.
And
I think if she's informed of what the situation is, she can take that into account when she answers. So you understand that there's a pending complaint, right, ma'am?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
All right.
So could you talk to us a little bit about the underage drinking, and could you reassure me a little bit more about security, please?
Yes. We take very seriously. It's one of our goals, and it's part of our culture not to allow underage drinkers in, underagers in. I don't want underagers in our club. Our people are trained to check IDs well. We do tavern training with Madison Police, community policing team. We'll invite them in every at least once a year to work with our staff to make sure that we're on the same page, to partner and to understand, just to get tips from Madison Police about how to be better door checkers. Bartenders downstairs know that even if somebody has been approved and let in, that every staff member has the right to ask for an ID again. If somebody sits at the bar and the bartender thinks that person, I don't know, I'm wondering about this person, then they know to go ahead and ask to see an ID again, even if it irritates the client or the customer. I guess what I would like to say is Madison Police in 2019 came in and did bar checks 5 times, and 4 of them, nothing, no underagers were found. And during one bar check, I believe, and of course, Attorney Zolvi can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it was during one of the bar checks that they found underagers.
So for me, it's a concern to have that small number of staff that are not designated as security for over 200 people. And that can lead to, underagers or other issues. Can the police let us know if there are other, if the captain could please let us know if she knows of any other issues with security or other violations at this establishment?
I don't see other underagers recently, but I haven't gone back much beyond the middle of last year. The one thing that I guess a question I would have for the applicant is February and March of this year seem to be much busier as it relates to police calls for service. And then going back August of last year, similarly, seems like we had a lot of calls for service. And I wonder, was there something different about February and March? We do have a complaint of someone saying that on Thursday nights, the bar is full of underage people drinking. It looked like maybe it was a disgruntled customer, but it's real apparent that we were there quite frequently in February and March of this year.
If you're looking for a reason, I'm sorry, I don't know.
I was more curious if there was a staffing change or if there was a management change or something. I know that obviously things outside of your control can change too, but I'm wondering if there was anything internally that was different in those 2 months.
No. We've had a lot of the same staff for quite a while, and it's been my daughters and myself in management. No change there.
Do you have?
No, I can't identify. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
And
go ahead.
Underagers on Thursday night. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nope, that's exactly what I was going to ask about.
I would dispute that. I mean, we're as vigilant as ever on Thursdays. And I have sat at the door on Thursday nights and on other nights, but I have, good people on. And if a door checker is unsure, and they're trained to do this, looking at an ID, then he will pass it on to the next person. You know, they'll confer over whether an ID is valid or not. And they also are trained that if they're doubtful, not to allow the person in. And so I really do believe underagers are not regularly getting into SOTO at all, not on Thursday nights or any night. It certainly is our goal.
Sure. Do you have any other, anything that goes on Thursdays that's different than a Friday or a Saturday?
Yeah, it's our Latino night, and it's popular. You know, we reach capacity and then line forms.
Okay. Like I said, it looks like perhaps it was somebody who was disgruntled that was making that claim. So, but we did have what looks to me anyway like a fairly busy winter this winter over at least those 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything else at this time.
Cool. Thanks, Captain Donahue. Committee, nobody else is in the queue. What is your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know if Alder Verveer had any comments or anything he would like to add as the Alder of the district before we vote.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I'll get us started and I'll move to grant both the entertainment license and the combination Class B alcohol license.
I see a second from Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. So I'll just give you my perspective. I have known the applicant for many years and her daughters, but much less so because Susan is the contact that I've had, again, for many years. I was not aware of any particular police calls for service or other incidents at SOTO that have been brought to my attention through really any means, particularly by the Central Police District over the last few years. From my perspective, it has largely been one of the few dance venues available in the greater State Street area that is particularly popular with students and particularly LGBTQ young people, and as you heard Susan testify, the Latinx community as well. Obviously, I don't condone underage alcohol violations. I can't speak to the prosecution directly that Attorney Zillaby shared with us in municipal court that's going on. It's obviously not good. I guess I'll leave it at that. I do appreciate that we did not hear from Captain Donahue or Attorney Zillaby that there were more serious concerns there. I'm not condoning underage alcohol and underage persons on the licensed premise, since it is a 21 plus license. But I again have not heard of anything more serious, like, for example, if the establishment does not call the authorities that there has been violence there. Again, maybe there has been some, I'm just not aware of it. So again, Susan keeps in touch with me with questions about the business and so forth over the last few years. And I really see this one as something that some of you might remember I've said in meetings over the years, where I find it gratifying when employees take ownership of a business where they've labored. And I see this as that situation where Suzanne and her daughters have been employees of, the Attorney Zillaby already mentioned the current and longtime owner, Ted Gervasi, who many of us remember from Mad Hatters. And so anyway, I really saw this as that sort of situation where folks that have worked in an establishment for, in this case, several years now have the opportunity to purchase the business. And Mr. Gervasi is going to retire permanently, as I understand it, from the alcohol industry, something that I know Attorney Zillavy won't miss. Just kidding at this late hour. Won't miss Ted too much because they've had a lot of interaction over the years through professional contacts. But anyway, so that's my perspective, and I appreciate you asking. And obviously I made the motion. I would urge my colleagues to grant both of the licenses. And as there have not been any current conditions on the license, none really come to mind at this point to add, but certainly if anyone has any suggestions, I'm certainly happy to consider them as possibly friendly.
Excellent. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Mr. Cano Espina.
Yeah, I think that mine is similar to the previous one. I am concerned with the number of security staff or actual designated security staff. I will feel much better if there is an actual designated security staff. This is a dance place. This is not a restaurant. This is a place where people come to dance and drink. We have the information that there has been some incidents, so I will feel better with either something on, asking for particular designated security staff, or an increase on their staff that are doing security for 240 people. 6 staff doesn't, for a dance place with sorry, not teens because it's over 21, but with students in the downtown area, for a venue that has been called by the police or visited by the police. I just feel uncomfortable having no conditions in relationship to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cano Espina. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments from the Alder of the district and the comments from the captain by what she said and what she didn't say. I appreciate the comments about the concern for security. And I want to put this in context that what I didn't hear was that there were a lot of calls of behavior getting out of control at this place, and that gives me comfort. And I know that I would hear about the problem bars, and I really didn't hear much about this one over the last year, as I have about some of the others. And a comment I want to make about security. You can have a licensed security guard, and I think that there are a lot of benefits to that, but there are a number of licensed establishments that have what are commonly called bouncers or their own in-house security, which don't have necessarily the same level of training or equipping as a licensed guard that can carry more equipment. But I can recall one bouncer that went on to a very successful career in MPD, and that was Carl Glady. I think he did pretty well, and I know there's a number of other individuals that are bouncers that I know that are able to take care of themselves, and they are very professional, but they may not have that license. So, I do share the concern about having enough security, but it seems to me that there's a level of experience, life experience there that this establishment has, that they seem to be doing something right. And what I didn't hear from the captain, unless there's something else going on, that it's probably working, and I'm not as concerned about this as the previous applicant. So I'm going to be supporting this, but it's one of those items or one of those situations where it could come back to us if there is a problem, and that's why the system works. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Skidmore. Captain Donahue.
So I do want to add that the calls for service that we had this winter, the most recent two were batteries. We had a fight call earlier in March, a disturbance in February, an arrested person, another disturbance in February, and another arrested person. I think what I would just ask from the applicant is that we continue, and I have no reason to doubt this. We had a very nice conversation that we just continue to work together if we see these kinds of issues. Obviously, this didn't catch my attention in March, or if it did, it was completely left out of my brain since we started dealing with COVID and had to entirely change how we do business here and got very distracted on other things. So I have no reason to believe that that Ms. McKinney and her family wouldn't continue to work with the police department. And so again, I think moving forward, she has the same goal that the police department is to offer a safe and fun place for entertainment. And I suspect that we can work together on that.
So thank you, Captain Donahue. Alder Verveer.
Yep, thank you. And thank you, Captain, for delving in a little more deeply into those reports. Since you've obviously just had a chance to read some more of the reports, could you just share with us, have you noticed the pattern? Are the disturbances, the fights, the batteries, are they occurring inside the dance club or out on the 300 block of North Henry Street?
Both. But I think one of the issues is that I think that, and I take no fault in this, is that it appears as though staff intervenes, and then when they don't gain compliance, they're calling. So in some cases, the call to us has ended the problem and the people have left and gone on their way. We had a battery where someone said that they were jumped inside. There was a battery out front. So I think it's a little bit of both. But again, I don't want to complain about the establishment calling and doing the right thing when they're experiencing problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That to me is key. If it's in order, Mr. Vice Chair, could I ask the applicant one additional question with this new information?
Of course.
Thank you. So, Ms. McKinney, could you please just respond to the concerns about the violence inside and outside SODO? Again, this is news to me. I was not aware of this occurring.
Sure. I believe most of the time there's incidences, they occur outside. People come on Thursday nights and they stay. On Friday and Saturdays, people come and go and come and go. The Latino community like coming to our Latino night. And so what happens is a big line forms outside and people become restless and unhappy that they can't get inside. And I think some of or at least one of the incidences has occurred in that situation. The inside one, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I don't know specifics about that one.
Well, yeah, thank you. Obviously, it's a concern for all of us. So anything you can do if the license is granted to redouble your efforts and have appropriate staffing to work on de-escalation and intervention and so forth. And I do appreciate that you and your staff obviously have been calling 911 when something like this does occur. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Alder Verveer?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Cano Espina. Oh, sorry, I missed the button. There we go. Mr. Cano Espina.
So hope the incidents are not just in the Latino night. As a Latino, hopefully that is not what is happening. I would like to, if there is a friendly to Alder Revere, if we can include something about increasing the number of security staff or some type of follow-up. I'm just concerned that we're hearing incidents that are severe enough of assault, and but we are okay with saying, oh, okay, this was granted the way it has been. And for me, it's a pattern. Business that have been with us for a while, business that have been with people that we know, seem to be granted things, and new business seem to be having difficulty. And I want to be able to apply it the same way for every business and make sure that we have consistency, that we think about it in a fair and equal way. So I would like to have something that talks about either similar, you're gonna come back and talk to us in 6 months, or we would like you to increase security outside to 3 people, particularly when you have a line, so you can de-escalate situations. I don't want any members or any community to have issues, and I don't want any members of particularly communities of color to have issues with the police. So I just want us to be mindful and proactive of how do we minimize issues. So I hope that's something friendly for the makers of the motion.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Cano-Espina. Committee, there's no one in the queue. What is your pleasure? Alder Revere.
Thank you again, and just to respond to Mr. Cano-Espina, I absolutely hear you. I get what you're saying. From my experience, we really have not placed conditions on establishments in the downtown business district relating to ratio of staffing as licensed conditions. So I participated in the previous discussion of the last agenda item in that regard. So I hear what you're saying. I would look to the Central Police District captain for any specific conditions, especially if you really want to add anything relating to security, staffing ratio. I will say that I certainly personally have no objection to having requiring as a license condition that the applicant come back at a time certain, prior to a year from now, a renewal time. So if I think you were suggesting 6 months, that certainly is acceptable to me. But in terms of something beyond that, I guess I'd look to Captain Donahue for guidance if she feels it's necessary to have further conditions, whether they relate to security, staffing ratios, or otherwise, and to help us with what the police might think is appropriate in that area.
Well, again, I think they've shown that they're willing to work with us by attending tavern safety trainings, and if it feels better to have that as a condition of the license, I'm fine with that, but I don't know that that's necessary because they've done that voluntarily and have worked with us on that. So perhaps maybe the applicant and I could dig into these calls for service a little bit to see if there's some sort of pattern and work together on that, but without taking a little bit of a closer look, I don't know that there's much to it for me to address at this time, but I suspect that Ms. McKinney would be willing to work with us on that.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. Alder Revere, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Revere. Mr. Kano Espina again.
I appreciate the Alder including the condition of the applicant coming back in 6 months. If it seems like we are not moving into a condition about staffing ratio, for the applicant, if I can friendly request, maybe as a really good business, to think about that and to just maybe for those days to because I do think the Latinx community does like to come into your business, and it's one of the few places that we have, and so maybe as a friendly thing to just kind of think about how do you help that community still have a good fun time, maybe have a couple more staff in some of those days. Thank
Is
you.
that a question for the applicant or just a statement?
Just a statement. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Committee, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. If anyone is opposed to this motion, please click your raise hand button so we can take a roll call. Otherwise, we will record unanimous consent.
Can I just confirm, was appearance here actually a condition placed in the license? I wasn't sure.
Alder Revere? Alder Revere was...
I said it was friendly. We didn't actually, though I appreciate Mr. Verbeek, we didn't give you the exact language. Did Mr. Kino Espino want to give the exact language of the condition? Did we just want to say in 6 months? Did we want to set an exact month?
We've got a thumbs up for 6 months, so I think that will be fine.
I think I can echo what I put on the denial license, that licensee shall return to ALRC's regular December 2020 meeting.
Okay.
That's certainly friendly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. So we will record a unanimous vote on this. Mr. Landgraf, would you like your gavel back?
Sure.
All right.
Okay, that takes us then to item 51, Tudo Pasta of State Street. New license. Do we have anyone registered?
We do. Kay Melanzi is registered.
Okay. So good evening, Kay. I assume you've been listening to previous discussions between the applicant and the committee. So why don't you just briefly run through what you got planned for the restaurant, things like hours and other things, and we'll see if there are any questions.
Thank you, sir. We really don't anticipate any changes. This is simply a change in corporate structure. My partner, Joe Perkins, and I, who's with me right now, intend to just continue things as they have been, predominantly food, 15 to 25% alcohol, outside patio, inside seating.
Okay, questions of the applicant, Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Melanzi, are there, and maybe this is a question for the city clerk, but are you aware of any conditions on the kind of existing license at the location?
None, thank you. None that I'm aware of.
Jim?
Let's see. There is one condition, and it's our standard about meeting the definition of a restaurant.
We are actually 85% food, 50% alcohol based on sales for the last 13 to 14 years of business and tax revenues.
Great, thank you very much.
Alder Revere?
Thank you. Yes, I was going to answer Mr. Fletcher's question. That condition has been on the Tudo Pasta license for many, many years. Joe and Kay, or I should say Chef Joe and Kay, took over for Pam McCord, who was the longtime owner of Tudo Pasta and one of the a real longtime presence on State Street. And it was actually sad that she had to give up the business due to health reasons. So while I'm speaking, I don't really have a question for the applicants except to say, number one, I'm sorry that we've kept you waiting all these many hours for what should be a very non-controversial new license, since you're really not changing anything except the corporate entity. Number two, I want to say that how sorry I am that you suffered so much damage right when you reopened after the pandemic public health orders allowed you to, when that unfortunate incident occurred inside the restaurant. And then, as if that wasn't enough, apologies for, of course, then what you went through with the rioting a few weeks ago. And I know, Joe, you have been a mainstay on the block and a trooper helping other businesses protect their properties during the rioting. And I want you to know personally that means a lot to me and to your neighbors. So thank you very much for that.
I'll do it anytime.
Thank you. I mean, I literally think you might have saved Triangle Market from being set on fire with people living above the stores, you know.
Yes, I know, but I'm hoping somebody else in my position will do the same thing. So
thank you. Yeah, I would hope so too, Joe. Thank you for your courage and being such a Samaritan, helping out your neighbors like that. So anyway, with all that said, if it's in order, Mr. Chair, I would, with pleasure, move to grant the license with the routine condition. Again, as I said to Chen's Dumpling, don't take no offense. It's routine for State Street businesses, and it is a license condition that's been on there since Pam had the business, and that's that the establishment must meet the definition of a restaurant under Section 38.02 of Madison General Ordinances at all times.
it'll always be a restaurant, I can tell you that.
I know, you're a chef. That's why I said Chef Joe. Thanks very much.
And so you've made the motion. I believe Mr. Fletcher is seconding it, and I've got a couple folks in the queue. I guess I don't. So I have no one in the queue. That being the case, and no one's hand is raised, we'll record this as a unanimous consent to approve the resolution, or approve the license, I should say. Let's see, takes us to 53, Rich and Famous LLC, doing business as R&F LLC. We have anyone registered?
We have one registrant. Oops. It is Kuldeep Singh Mavi.
Okay. So are you able to hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you just briefly tell the committee what you've got in mind with your establishment and the license that you're asking for?
My name is Kuldeep Mavi. So I applied for the beer license for the gas station located at 2801 University Avenue. I do have the beer license over there before, so there was some mistake in the name of LLC. So I just apply under the new company now again.
If I could just speak to this one real quick. So this one, as the applicant mentioned, there was an existing license there at this current establishment. In the renewal process, it was discovered that what had been on the license and what was applied for initially quite long ago, what on the application form was an abbreviation of what the actual LLC was. So what was issued in the license wasn't actually a valid LLC. So the license was considered void, and Mr. Mavi has applied for a new license then to make it whole under the actual LLC name as appropriate by state statute.
Okay. get a couple people in the queue, Mr. Fletcher, then Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, can you, the email that the committee received from Alder Bidas Silaf, can you confirm then whether under the invalid, I guess, license, were the conditions that the Alder mentions, were they on the old license?
I believe so. Just let me verify that real quick.
And for the applicant, Mr. Koldep, you are copied into the email, so I'm assuming you're aware of the Alder's A, support generally of your application, but then B, the specific 3 conditions. She suggested sales limited to beer only, obviously by virtue of what you're applying for, but then 2, no sale of single bottles or cans of beer or fermented malt beverages, and 3, no sale of 40-ounce bottles of fermented malt beverages. Do those conditions, are you okay with those?
Yes, sir. I accept those.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Jim's. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So the conditions that were on the license were no sale of single bottle or cans of beer, fermented malt beverage, no sale of 40-ounce bottles of fermented malt beverage, no sale of fortified wines, and liquor sales limited to wine and wine coolers only. Obviously, with him only applying for a Class B, really the second and third one on the previous licenses really are sort of mooted for this one.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much.
Mr. Donnelly?
My question was already answered.
Okay. So I don't have any. Oh, Mr. Kano Espino.
With the move to grant with the conditions that were enumerated by Mr. Sorry, I forgot who said it. I think it was Mr. Fletcher.
Kuldeep Mavi.
Yeah, and that's the same 3 conditions
that Alder Vidar Silaf sent in her email, correct?
I'm not sure. Okay. I think those conditions were a little different than what Jim read off, but Mr. Fletcher?
If I could, the conditions that I read off are the same. I mean, the number 2 and 3 are the same that were already on there. Number 1 is new, the sales limited to beer only, because the previous license was a Class A beer, Class A liquor that only sold wine. So this is just stating very intently that this is limited to beer only.
Okay. Mr. Grady.
I just wanted to second that.
Okay. A motion and a second, and I don't have anybody else in the queue, so we'll register everybody as having voted in the affirmative. So motion passes. Takes us to item 54. Public hearing new license for Taco Local. Do you have anyone registered?
Yep. David Rodriguez is registered.
Okay. Good evening, David.
Good evening.
As we have done with previous applicants, would you just briefly tell the committee what you've got planned? I suspect this is a corporate restructure.
Come again on that last part.
I said, is this a corporate restructure or?
This is a new restaurant on Williamson.
So why don't you tell us about your hours and staff and capacity and other things?
Absolutely. So we're looking to do a kind of hole in the wall taco joint on William Street, a family place. The capacity, I can guess at the capacity. I'd say somewhere inside and outside, somewhere between. That'd be the entire, patio and the liquor portion of it is very small. I'm thinking around 25% or less. We will have a bar that seats probably 3 people. But my goal is really to serve good tacos and have some targeted liquor and beer as an accompaniment to those things. In terms of staff, it's a very small venue. We'll have our bartender and manager. During the day, we'll have a cook. So during the day, we'd operate with around 3 people. And then come dinner time, we would transition into table service. So we're looking to be open breakfast, lunch and dinner, closed by 10 o'clock. Definitely not looking to open a bar, if you will. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions of the applicant? Captain Donahue.
We didn't get a chance to meet or talk about your plan at all. So can you say again what your plan is as far as service, sit down table service?
Yeah.
Just give me a little skinny on that.
Sure. It's a very small kind of intimate space. And that's kind of, for me, the allure of the building and the type of cooking that we're going to be doing. And so very.
Oop, I think we're losing you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. We didn't hear the last couple of sentences. So if you could redo that.
Yeah, I get excited talking about the concept and I want to talk about the food, but you guys want to talk about the alcohol. So the restaurant is very small. And so I anticipate, the fire marshal saying that we'll be able to fit somewhere between 20 and 25 people inside, and about the same if we do get approval for our patio in the back. In that patio space. So it's not a huge space, and half the year, half of the space isn't usable. And then our liquor is targeted specifically to be things that you would have while you're eating tacos. So I don't, I intend to have a beer menu that's got possibly like 2 tap beers and possibly 3 beers in bottles. Maybe we'll I'm not even certain about wine, but if we do, it'll be like 1 white, 1 red, and then a list of cocktails that are targeted, like margaritas and palomas and that kind of thing. And inside the restaurant, there is a small bar. It seats 3 to 4 people. My goal with that was really to have a spot to sit down while you wait for your takeout. I, more than anything, don't want to run the kind of place where we're having people coming to party. I'm in the stage of my life now that I want to have a place where I'm going to go hang out with my family. So
That sounds great. I much prefer talking about food too.
nobody ever fights over tacos.
That's right. Unless there's not enough.
Okay, thank you. I got a question here from Mr. Kano Espino.
So I think that my question is more about the patio and the capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware on the concerns of the neighborhood about the outside use?
Yeah, I mean, I've been through two meetings with the P&D and then the board meeting. So I'm aware that in general there are almost always concerns about patios in the Willie Street area. If we don't get approval, permanent approval for a patio now, we'll have the street read approve that we really are hoping to be on par with a small backyard cookout in terms of noise levels. We're not going to be doing amplified music. It's going to be folks like you and I, and we're going to be eating tacos and having a margarita or a beer, and then we're going to be walking home. And come 10 o'clock, the lights will be out, and my staff will be hopefully darn near cleaned up and ready to go home. So.
Yeah, I think that the hours of operation, I think everybody was okay with that. I think the 10 o'clock you're saying is fine. The way that I'm reading what they're asking us from the Alder and from the two community letters was to approve the 50 inside, and that make that the total capacity, and then with the new program with the city, the Erie, I think what you said makes a lot of sense, that you can prove that your business is going to be a great business and there's not going to be issues. So would you be okay at this time? And again, you can come back later and ask for a permanent patio, but it will be okay at this time to just make I don't know, I think that there's other people that want to talk, but maybe to consider a motion on only the capacity inside.
I don't want to limit myself. If that's the route that you decide to go, I'm certainly not going to fight with you.
Okay. Mr. Fletch, sorry, that would be for now.
I don't have anyone else in the queue, so what is the committee's pleasure?
Mr. Fletcher has his hand up.
Oh, sure enough, it is. How could I miss Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just confirming, because it is a slight change from what you initially applied for, right, David? That it's 50 total capacity, obviously not 50 in, 50 out, correct?
That is correct. I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't with COVID. I wasn't even sure this was a project we could move forward on, and then I did I rushed to get my application in, and that was unclear throughout all the meetings. If you tried to fit 100 people in there, we'd all be stuffed in like sardines. So I really think that the actual capacity, that's gonna be up to the fire marshal and what they think is safe, and I'd like that to be a decision they make. I'm not qualified to make that. I'm guessing it's somewhere around 20 to 25 inside. And with the patio space that my architect and I have kind of drawn up, I think it's similar outside. But that's me, and I'm a guy who knows how to cook and make tacos, and I don't necessarily know the ins and outs of deciding capacity.
And the architect didn't ballpark it or anything like that for you?
We're pretty early with the drawings. There's kind of been a lot trying to dig up a site plan. There wasn't one for 811. There were no blueprints for the building. So we're starting to get drawings now, and things are moving a little faster, but up until this week, we didn't even have those things.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now there's no one in the queue. So what's your pleasure? Mr. Kano Espina.
I would like to move to approve with a maximum capacity of 50, 25 indoor, and 25 outdoor.
Okay. Do we have a second? Mr. Grady seconds. Discussion. Mr. Fletcher. Where in the world did you go there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe it's friendly to the maker of the motion. I'm just looking at the particular other M&A condition about meeting the definition of a restaurant per Madison General Ordinance 3802. You're fine with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and the applicant's fine with that. And then two, I think what's been discussed is this no alcohol sales before 10 a.m. or after 10 p.m. Now, typically we deal with the after part of things, not necessarily the before, but was there a specific concern that came up in the neighborhood about alcohol sales before a certain time of day?
You know, I'm not sure. So there came one point, and there was one person who pushed fairly hard on a few points, and it caught me a little off guard. And so she said, would you be okay would you agree to not have alcohol sales before 10 a.m.? And, you know, we do have the possibility of doing a brunch on the weekends. But at that time I was like, that sounds fine. I do have concerns with that. If we do decide to do a brunch and we open at 9, that would be a hindrance. So I would say if it's tradition to mainly be concerned with when we're done, that would make the most sense for me. But if not, if we could move that to 9 a.m., that'd be ideal.
Okay, what I'm going to do, just for purposes of discussion, is I think what I'd indicated is typical, but the reason why I asked you about whether there was discussion about it is purely based on whether there was an intentional sort of insertion about that before language. So for now, I'm going to leave it as it was proposed by M&A. And if the committee wants to have a conversation around amending it, I'm open to that discussion. Is that, Mr. Kenner, has been a friendly amendment to insert the M&A's language? Okay. That's all from me.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second with the conditions identified. Any further discussion?
Alder Verveer has his hand up.
Sure enough, he did. How did I miss that? It's late. Sorry about that, Mike.
No worries, Tom. Well, I want to say that I'm excited, Chef David, that you're opening a brick and mortar place so close to the downtown. Some would consider it downtown, and I really look forward to enjoying your tacos and other food, because you have a great experience, and I loved your card table videos.
Thank you.
I wish they were still going on, actually.
Me too.
So I hate to seem like at this very late hour, and I should say what I said to my friends at Tutto Pasta. Thank you for your patience with us and for hanging in with us all these many, many hours tonight. But in my conversation with Alderperson Rummel, she was quite adamant that she thought it was a given that you would be approved as soon as possible for the streetery program, both for food and alcohol service out in the patio, and obviously that'll take you through the fall. I don't know when you're able to open. Of course, I hope you're able to open sooner rather than later. But so if I understand the motion that's before us that Mr. Kino Espino has on the floor here, our virtual floor, it still sounds like the motion would approve the backyard patio with a capacity of 25, and that's just absolutely contrary to, and maybe I misunderstood the motion, but that's absolutely contrary to the stated position. I hate to say it, but because I do respect you so much, Chef David, but of the Alder of the district, the Marquette Neighborhood Association. And so I would very much like to amend the motion. Just to confirm, could Mr. Verbeck repeat the motion so I'm not amending something unnecessarily?
I believe that it was, there were two conditions. It was number one, the capacity will be 25 indoor and 25 outdoor, And number 2 is the restaurant definition.
And then Mr. Fletcher, didn't you add I'm sorry, you decided against a friendly amendment?
No.
I guess Mr. Fletcher's still muted. So what I would advocate, again, Alderperson Romo wasn't able to join us tonight. She had too much going on tonight. She really would not forgive me if we didn't get this right, at least in her mind. So I really have to make a motion to follow the wishes of the neighborhood at this juncture. So I don't know if it's neater and cleaner for me just to vote against the motion or to amend the motion.
Well, or Mr. Keno Espino might take it as a friendly amendment.
Well, why don't I try that? That's a great suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Mr. Keno Espino moving grant. I certainly support granting the combination Class B license. So again, we'll try this as a friendly amendment. I am certainly comfortable saying to grant the license with a capacity of 50 persons indoor. Parenthetically, let me say Chef David stated that he doesn't think he'll be able to fit that many in ultimately when building inspection and fire are there. But in any event, from our perspective, allowing a maximum capacity of 50, all indoors, must meet the definition of a restaurant as per Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times. No alcohol sales after 10 p.m. and leave it at that. I mean, I could add the additional condition that M&A asked for, that it is, no approval for permanent backyard patio at this time. I think it's better to remove from the license, the proposed license premise, any description outdoors. Again, under the streetery program through Halloween, the applicant would be able to have food and drink outside under this expedited, program that the city council approved last night. So actually, as I read the license premise in question 8 of the application, I would propose that we strike the sentence, "We will serve up to 50 patrons at an outdoor patio in the rear of the building," because again, that's the explicit wishes of the neighborhood through 2 neighborhood meetings, the alder of the district. And again, everyone acknowledges that attended these meetings, including Alderperson Rummel, that Chef David will be able to enjoy an outdoor patio the rest of this year, the rest of this season, and it will really serve as a pilot and experiment that I'm confident the neighborhood will come to love and embrace, and Chef David will be back here later seeking permanent approval of that. I hope with the support of the neighborhood and Alderperson Rummel.
I'm fine with the amendment. I'm fine with saying 50 total inside. I just thought, if he's gonna be able to have the eatery, this program until the 31st, it just seems silly that they're saying we're okay with this, but we're not okay with that. So that's why I said 25 and 25. But if it's easier to just go with it, and he's gonna be able to get the other approval through the other city program, bottom line, he's gonna be able to serve alcohol and food outside, which is better for COVID. So I'm okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate that, Mr. Keno Espino. I just think it'll be easier and cleaner, and I won't have as many people upset with us if their motion had been adopted and then have this all debated at the city council meeting on July 14th, and have Chef David have to be there and have it corrected there, and the wishes of the alder and the neighborhood.
And your seconder was okay with that change? Mr. Grady says yes. Mr. Fletcher? And
Can I just confirm the conditions first before we move on? So the conditions as now agreed on are as 1, the capacity will be 50 indoors, 2, definition of restaurant, 3, alcohol sales shall cease by 10 p.m. daily, and then overall, not a condition, but no outdoor premises is being approved. And I will say, if by not putting a limit on the outdoor capacity will allow the streetery extension to be immediate and then an approval from the ALRC and Common Council, and we won't run into the issue that Nextdoor had where we couldn't give them an automatic administrative license right away because the condition put a stop on how much they could be approved.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. I was thinking the same thing, and that's why I also, especially if anyone from M&A is watching the meeting now or will watch the replay of it, that's also why my concern with the proposed neighborhood association condition number 4 was that perhaps that might tie up the administrative approval that by yourself and the other city staff that are working on streetery, if there's a confusion about the ministerial duties that the Common Council granted to all of you last night. Is that your interpretation, Jim? If we had a condition number 4, if you have it in front of you from M&A, and it says no backyard patio, would that tie your hands with streetery?
That's correct. We wouldn't be able to administratively allow them the addition to their license for an outdoor patio. I mean, if they had something in the front, yeah, we could allow something like that, but the license condition would prohibit us from giving it administrative extension of their back patio.
Thank you. So then it's agreed that, again, it's not the form of a condition, but that the written description of the licensed premise would not include patio, but it also won't be a specific condition because of its potential conflict with streetery program.
That's how I read it.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Verbeek. And thank you for your understanding, Chef David.
I get it.
Ms. Westra?
I was just making sure we weren't putting the condition on about no alcohol sales before 10 a.m.
Yeah. So you are correct. That's not on.
Okay.
Mr. Kano Spina, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I believe that Mr. Fletcher did have the thing about 10 a.m. So that's why I'm a little confused now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was just the evening, but let me unmute him. Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
No, I think I just wanted to go through with the applicant whether that was an intentional discussion with M&A to have that specific language in there about precluding alcohol sales before. I think, I appreciate how we've navigated the licensed premise issue appropriately. There is an argument to be made here if we're being, that there might be some explanation warranted why we're not following the before language part of a condition, I think 2 is proposed by M&A. If we were being, having high fidelity to their conditions that we all received the letter of. I don't mind necessarily either way, but I just wanted to be clear that was an intentional decision that we were now making. So Alderver, I'd hate to put you on the spot, but since you made the friendly motion.
Yeah, well, if I might then, Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Fletcher, no, you can always put me on the spot, no problem. That was intentional on my part, and this is not the first time I have not been in complete fidelity, as you say, with folks that I'm friends with at Marquette Neighborhood Association. I just personally have always had a problem with starting times, and in particular, if you read the very nice business plan that was submitted with the application, read the application, it's quite clear that breakfast at brunch is a key part of the business plan. And again, since we aren't dealing with the exterior and issues with neighborhood concerns among immediate neighbors of the restaurant, it just doesn't make sense to me to preclude what time breakfast or brunch could begin being served inside the restaurant. Streetery has its own rules, its own hours that are not amendable. And so again, we're only talking this year tonight, it seems, about what goes on inside the brick and mortar of the restaurant, and saying that they can't serve breakfast or brunch seems just going too far to me, with, again, apologies to anyone from the Marquette Neighborhood Association Preservation and Development Committee that's tuning in or will be watching this later. So that was absolutely intentional on my part. And I did not discuss the starting time specifically with Alderperson Rommel. I will confess that as well. So I can't think that she feels that way. That's just my thought.
Yeah, and I think it's very much in line with what this committee's standard practice has been dealing with closing times. I just wanted, I think for the record, I was open either way, so I just wanted it for the record stated why we were going in this direction. So thank you.
Yeah, and as the original maker of the motion, I'm very happy not having a starting time.
Okay. Captain Donahue.
Alder Verveer made my point. I was just going to say I didn't understand why, if we were approving indoor dining, that we wouldn't allow that earlier in the day. So I have nothing further.
Okay. So don't have anyone else in the queue. So then we will record your vote in the affirmative, so the motion passes.
Thank you.
54. So then we're down to 55. Reporting calls for service. Captain Donahue, you have anything you want to say about that?
Well, I will say, since we've still been in COVID for most of this, other than gas stations and grocery stores and liquor stores, there has not been much to report. So I have nothing.
Okay. Mr. Verbeek, anything on licenses?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. All right. So then that takes us to the last official act, election of the chair and the vice chair. And Assistant Attorney Brist and I were chatting a little earlier today. This is the first time we've had an election in a virtual setting, so it does somewhat change a couple of procedures. So Assistant Attorney Brist, would you mind just walking everybody through what your thoughts are? Let me get you unmuted here. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you. The major discussion item was that I don't see a practical way, if we have a contested race, that we can have secret ballots. If a race is uncontested, it's not an issue. If there are more than one candidate running, I think we're going to have to just tough it out and vote in public. I don't see a mechanical way to assure a secret ballot. And it is an option. The committee doesn't have to, it's a request that can be made. You don't have to have secret ballots to do this for electing officers under state law. So with that, I would say you're going to take nominations for president, and the current chair can continue to serve during that election for president, because he's not a candidate. His term is about to end.
Okay. Any questions for Assistant City Attorney Brist? So I've got two folks in the queue.
I think I found an online site where I can have a poll and send a link to all of you and have you vote on it, and it would be secret. I don't think it asks for any sort of information. And then I could end up screenshotting the results. I don't think it would display who it is. So I think it would be an anonymous ballot if that's sufficient enough for Attorney Brist.
My question would be, would we be able to verify the results.
I would be able to see the results, and then I could take a screenshot of it to save it in any record if we need to.
All right, well, then I guess it's up to the committee's pleasure then if you want to try to do it that way, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. Although it might be preferable to some people.
Well, we've got two people in the queue, so let's see, Alder Revere and then Mr. Kano Espina.
Thank you. So at the risk of sounding awfully repetitive to what I said last month, I don't know if this is perhaps news to Chairperson Landgraf, but it sounds like maybe it is because, Tom, you said at least twice tonight this is your last meeting. But if I'm not the first one to tell you, your term actually does not end until July 21st, as Mayor Satya has chosen not to replace you until after your term ends. So I'm not trying to argue out of respect to our longtime chair and colleague that we delay the election one more month, but the earliest that Mayor Satya can appoint your successor is the Common Council meeting of July 14th. And the earliest the Common Council can confirm your successor is the council meeting 1 week later on the 21st. And as we know, our next regular meeting is on July 15th. So my question to you, if I might, Tom, is not so much did you know that you actually will be serving technically and officially by ordinance until July 21st, but do you want to serve that long? Were you planning on not being with us on July 15th in any event? Or did you honestly think that by ordinance, this was your last meeting and the mayor had named your successor already?
Well, I thought that that's what the case was, but I mean, I don't think delaying it another month, I wouldn't mind sitting out there and giving whoever the new chair is some last official meeting. So I think if it's okay with everybody, it's certainly fine with me. Let's just go forward and pick a new chair and a new vice chair.
So you would be with us on July 15th?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, then I'll save my farewell remarks until hopefully maybe a more decent hour when it's not after midnight.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on reading the 15 pages I wrote, so. Actually, the one thing I did want to do is in all the years I've been on the ALRC, the second item on our agenda is always asking Mr. Verbeek if there's any general public comment. No one has ever showed up just to talk to the ALRC, so I'm going to do that.
Actually, I do think someone has. I know there was a gentleman who had an issue with the beer garden who came in to speak about a glass that somehow happened to find its way into his possession from the beer garden.
Oh, okay. Well, I must have missed that, but I've always wanted to do that. So you might see me one more time, even after 15.
Well, anyway, I'm glad that you're with us one more month, whether you're presiding over the meeting or you and your cat are in the peanut gallery like the rest of us. So yeah. I won't advocate that we delay the election. I already made you all do that 1 month because I just thought it was, well, you heard me last regular meeting that.
Well, and I appreciate that, but I mean, I think it's time, and I wouldn't mind just showing up the way I started as just a regular member. It's a good way to end it. So.
And as I say, your cat might appreciate that anyway too.
Yeah, she was a little noisy tonight. She's having a little arthritis, so she's on some medication, and she squeals a lot because of that. So, but anyway, well,
it provided so much needed levity. With that, I'll yield the floor, and if we're going to proceed with the election, so be it. Thank you.
And we've got Mr. Kano Espina in the queue.
Thank you. I had a question. I have two names to nominate. Do we have to do one at a time, or can I do both? at the same
I
time?
think you should do it by office. I think you should call for nominations for the office of chair or president, whatever we call it. Do we call it chair?
Yeah.
Sure.
Chair, the office of chair. And vote on that and then have the election for vice chair separately. So call for nominations for the chair's position first. The order on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Chair, is it okay if I made the nomination for a nomination for chair?
Yeah, and Joe, why don't we just open up all the mics here? Because I've got a number of people in the queue here, so everybody should be able to just participate. Mr. Grady, did you have a question, or I saw your hand up?
I wanted to nominate somebody for chair.
Okay, well, we got, I guess Mr. Kano Espino was speaking first, so
Okay, that's fine.
Fernando, go ahead.
So I wanted to give Mr. Donnelly my nomination for chair, as he has been a great vice chair and has many years of experience. I feel that he will be a very good chair with very, very big shoes to fill from Mr. Landgraf. That will be my formal nomination for Mr. Donnelly.
Okay, so we have Mr. Donnelly nominated. Do we have any additional names? And I guess the rules are I ask that question 3 times. Do we have any additional nominations for chair? Do we have any additional nominations for chair? Seeing none, I'll declare the nomination period closed. So if there is anyone who isn't voting in the affirmative for Mr. Donnelly, raise their hand. No one has, so Mr. Donnelly is our new chair. Congratulations. So that, and I see Mr. Donnelly's hand is up. Is that an acceptance speech you wanted to make?
No, it's 12:15. I was going to make a nomination for vice chair.
Okay, well, while you got the floor, go ahead.
I nominate Mr. Fletcher for vice chair.
Okay, we have a nomination of Mr. Fletcher for vice chair. Do we have any additional nominations? Any additional nominations for vice chair? Any additional nominations for vice chair? Seeing none, declare the nomination period closed. So we're now voting for vice chair. Anyone who does not want to be recorded as in the majority, raise their hand. No one's hand is up, so that was a unanimous vote. Congratulations, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you.
Do you have an acceptance speech?
What if my screen froze at that moment and I wish to decline?
I was watching. It didn't.
Just no movement.
We would have fixed it. So that glitch was not recorded. So, all right. Well, in the interest of time, other than saying thank you for a great time, we'll talk again in July, and maybe one of these days we can actually go out and have a beer, which would probably be anything to do. So, Mr. Donnelly.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion is second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you very much.